Yeah. 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 Life and laws, choice and cost. Somebody waking up. Same time, somebody somewhere realizing they gave too much. Yeah, that's how it go. And people swear they didn't know. Like the signs ain't been there the whole time. Just moving slow. Yeah. See, I done watch people talk like they want peace. They manufacture confusion just to feel hard to reach. Seen pride wear intelligence like a tailored disguise. Whole personality built around never being surprised. Seen people call it growth when it's really retreat. Call it healing when it's distance with a prettier speech. Call it standards when it's filled with better posture and tone. Whole life curated just to never feel fully known. I seen soft people play hard people collapse. Seen men call it logic while emotion leak through the cracks. Yeah, seen women call it intuition when control's in the room. Everybody want the truth until it start sounding like you. This ain't just talk, this pattern work, this pressure red. This what people do when they starving but don't know what they need. It's for the ones at the crossroads, dressed in self-respect, still using other people's eyes to decide what they reflect. And what is life? A bunch of versions fighting for air. A bunch of I'm fines piled up in a body that's barely there. A bunch of names, roles, labels, stories people protect. And most of what they call self is just what they ain't questioned yet.
Resla is life.
That quiet thought that don't leave when the room get loud.
Resla is life.
That feeling when the truth land and your pride sit down.
Resla is life.
A mirror with pressure, no filter, no soft disguise.
Resla is life.
What people avoid when they swear they self-aware inside. I'm like watching somebody laugh through a life they don't respect. Like I'm just figuring it out when really they scared of what's next. I'm like every almost choice that still haunts you at 2 a.m. Like I could have been that version if you moved before it ended. I'm like realizing too late that comfort got a body count. Like staying still so long you forget what the doubt's about. Yeah. I'm like potential with a shelf life. Windows closing in silence. Like indecisions dressed as peace while your future die from compliance. I'm like every friendship's built on access instead of care. Like people saying I got you as long as it's easy there. I'm like clout in a crisis, fake morals with good branding. Like kneeling to whoever's lit and calling it understanding. I'm like a man with a platform, still unsure who he is. Like a woman saying I'm here while choosing what to spite. I'm like the pause after somebody say that's just how I am. Knowing damn well that sentence usually means don't look too close at this. I'm like A showing up and not a fantasy thing. Like you realizing time ain't rude, it just don't pretend. I'm like every version of you that died from waiting too long. Every door you thought would stay open just because you thought they belong. And what is truth? Not comfort, not aesthetic, not vibe, not a quote you post at midnight just to feel more alive. Truth is what survives when the language gets stripped away. And most people ain't lost, they just been avoiding what they know to face.
Resla is life.
That quiet thought that don't leave when the room get loud.
Resla is life.
That feeling when the truth land and your pride sit down.
Resla is life.
A mirror with pressure, no filter, no soft disguise.
Resla is life.
What people avoid when they swear they self-aware inside.
Resla is life.
Yeah.
What's good, y'all? What is good? Oh man, we got another streaming here tonight. We got another streaming here tonight. I wanted to do something. Hold up. I feel like I've been adjusting my mic for like most of this day. I had a lot of calls coming in. Um Hopefully your days have been doing good. I want to get into a little bit of some real life conversations because this is what I like to do. This is something that I think we should really focus on. And quite frankly, my headphones is like looking crazy over here. And quite frankly, I think it's something that we need to get into because I've heard so many people talk about it. We're talking about some real life shit, not some abstract thought, not something that we don't really think about or some things we used to grieve about, like things that don't really bother us, like, dare I say it, politics. Yeah, dare I even just say it, like things that really, like we know that we have a hand in and we have to worry about, but they don't really bother us as much as people pretend that it actually does, right? I'm going to talk about something that's really an awkward conversation that I've heard so many different stances on, and even I felt like the pressures of having to be on this stance, but at the same time, I'm like, honestly, I know what I experienced, and I kind of want to address some of that, right? Um, Sorry, I gotta make sure my proper chat is up. I got a couple of windows up, and I'm realizing I have 3 chats up. Holy shit! Okay, hold. Let me do me a favor. Let me get rid of one chat. Let me put up this chat because this is one chat that I want up, and the other chat I want up. Okay, cool. So you say, "Oh goodness, it's nothing too savage. Don't worry about that, blind. I gotta really work." Here's the chat that I should have that I do not have. Give me a moment. That's why I'm realizing I have 3 chats, but I'm like, there's one chat missing. Because I'm trying to remember to do this again. Quite frankly, oh my God, I didn't even do it. I didn't do it. So we're gonna have to figure this one out in a bit. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure this one out because my brain cells were totally somewhere else. Go figure. Um, but anyway, I want to talk a bit about this culture of tipping. The culture of tipping, and I know many people have different aspects of this idea when it comes to tipping, right? I'm talking about the people in the wait staff, the businesses that you go to get your food from, a lot of different stuff, right? But I think this needs to be a conversation. So I was watching you hear me? I was watching a video from ABBA and Preach that was talking about tipping. And I know I've had conversation with people online before when it came to this kind of thing, right? But the funny thing is that I had just dealt with this myself even earlier today. So I went out, I got lunch, nothing crazy, regular food, regular price, if you want to call it regular price, at a regular place. Let me just put it that way. And when I walked in, paying, grabbing my food, and before leaving, keep in mind, I'm leaving. I'm not being seated. Nobody's coming to my table because there's no table. Nobody is refilling any drinks. Nobody is checking on me to see that I'm good. Nobody was asking if my experience could be easier after I paid. The business makes food. That's what they do. They make food. I buy food. Then, as I'm paying on their kiosk, because the only way I'm going to put it as a kiosk, I see 18%, 24%, 30%. And I'm standing there like,
Wait, what?
why? For what? And I already know how some people might hear this, right? Hold on, let me take out my brackets. I'm gonna cook. So I want to make sure I take out my aligners for this one. I'm sitting there going, for what? And like I said, I know there's people who's probably sitting here behind me, and I know I've had this conversation many times with other people, and especially that online, right? And for some reasons, I have had the different perspectives of how to look at this, but today it really made me reflect on something, right? Let's just talk about this for a while. Let's talk about this for a little bit. I already know there are some people out there that will hear what I say, and there are going to be somebody who are going to be like tipping and immediately turning it into something like, "Oh, you don't care about workers." This is gonna be. I know this is gonna be a fight conversation. I know this is gonna be a fight conversation. I know this is gonna be a fight conversation. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm asking, what is the tip attached to? Because if I sat down at a restaurant, if somebody served my table, if they brought the food, if they checked in on me to make sure things were good, if they handled the experience, okay. I understand the logic for tipping there. We can still talk about whether the system makes sense, but at least the service would be considered to be visible. You said tipping is attached to the staff. Let's talk about that, because a lot of places don't do that. See, you're talking about attached to like gratuity, and we'll get into a little bit about that, because I got something on all this stuff. Because I've been thinking about this for a while, but it really, I forget about it because I don't really think about it, and then it hit me today, doing a work thing, and it kind of got to me. Now I feel like I never really talked about this. For me, this version is different. Now, I can order at counter. I can pick up my own food. I can find my own seating, throw away my own trash. But when I'm at the kiosk, when there's a line for it and everything, I can see as high as 30%. That's not normal service. It's not like they gave me food, but their business was something else. Their business is to make food. Their business isn't a foot massage. Their business isn't making sure you teach you salsa lessons. Their business is food. I paid for the food. Why on the kiosk is there as high 30%? That's not normal. The business is putting in extra pressure at the end of the transaction, and they're hoping that no one actually questions it. Well, you got the wrong person. I may have been blind to a lot of different shit and dealing with a lot of different people and things I don't pay attention to, because I cook a lot of my own meals. But I paid attention today. That screen is built for guilt. And as I started saying, like, there's something wrong with that, right? I actually went online. I realized that, oh, what's good, KM? KM, what's good? Damn, my chat thing is picking up faster than some of this other stuff. That's crazy. But what's good, KM? Now, I'm having an issue with this. This, because I looked at social media and I even noticed that there were some places that you can see the button for how much that you need to punch. So this is the kiosk. You can see the buttons that you can press in for the kiosk. I wish I can. I saw what. I wish I saved it because I didn't think about it when I was doing this stream. When I was gonna do this stream, where I was gonna talk about this. I thought I was just gonna do a video, and I might just still do a video on it. To be honest with you, but when they click on the different buttons, the total didn't change, regardless of what they clicked on. The minimum, even if they have an other button, which by the way, people are taking away from other buttons. So it used to be like 1, 2, 3 different kind of percentages, and then they have others, putting your own personal tip. They take that away from you now. I don't know if all places do it, but the place I was at definitely took that away, and I've noticed that it's been in a couple places too. So, regardless of what button that she pressed, the percentage was still in there, and it was like a medium percentage. So she clicked the lowest percentage, the medium percentage was up there. She clicked the highest percentage, and the medium percentage was up. She clicked the highest percentage came up. She clicked the lowest percentage, the medium percentage was up there. She clicked the medium percentage was up there. She clicked back to the lowest percentage, the medium percentage was still up there. So it's the psychological idea that you click the lowest, but you're still paying a medium, right? Now keep in mind, what if I'm paying for like $13 for a meal, right? $13. Why am I being charged, say, 18, 24, and 30? No one sat me anywhere, right? The screen gets weird because it doesn't feel like a normal question anymore. What's good, Grump? It doesn't feel like a normal question anymore. It feels like a characteristic test. It feels like a characteristic test, and the worker's standing there. So it's not like the worker's really busy, they doing their own thing, and they just come back and they're just like, oh, thank you, wrestler. Boop. And then whatever. Because here's something they don't tell you, right? I know you guys think like, oh, the cashier is whatever, she's busy, he's busy. I'm gonna click real quick. I'm gonna do my little doodle signature, and I'm just gonna put that shit in real quick, and they won't even notice. They see it. On their side, it tells them if you tipped and what kind of tip that you actually did. Now, I'm not sure if all kiosks do this, or pin pads. Let me say that, because kiosk and pin pads are not the same thing. If all pin pads do this, but they do alert them as to what you actually put in. Which I want you to put this in your mind as well, because Chaos, what's going on? Chaos Queen is in the building, and it might go into how you get particular service. Just put that in there, right? Because the worker is standing there. The line is behind you, right? The screen is looking at you like 18%. Keep in mind, 15% should be enough, but it says 18%. This particular one says 18%. 18% is a pretty, polite. It's a pretty polite standing point. Now, you're not simply paying. What you're doing right now is that you're making a public choice about whether you want to be a decent person. How? How did you get this moral standpoint that you need to be at, where you need to consider if you're a decent person? Because this is the part of the system, of the service system, of the kiosk, of people who have to work for tips, that is manipulation. The business already gave me a price. That's why they have a menu with the price on it. I agreed to pay said price. That should be the end of the transaction unless there is something extra attached to it. Instead, right before I have to pay, another layer appears. And the way it appears is rather disingenuous, if you ask me. It's not just, would you like to leave a tip? As in, it's a choice. Now we could talk about your morals or not, right? Depending on the kind of service that you received. It's percentages big enough to make no tip feel like you clicked villain mode. Like you chose violence against the entire business. That's why people get annoyed. What's good, mama? This is why people get annoyed. It's not only the money, it's the little emotional pressures that come with it. The machine is doing what it's asked. The business gets to pretend it has nothing to do with this bit of awkwardness that happens. But they know. They know. They know most people do not want to look cheap. They know people feel weird hitting no. They know people behind the counter might actually see it. They know the customer will pay just out of that moment to not look like a bad person. So yeah, the guilt is built into the actual screen itself. To me, tipping has become a emotional payroll. Tipping, follow me, folks. Follow me down this rabbit hole. And tell me whether you agree or you don't. Just follow the logic. Hold up. Tipping. Tipping used to feel like appreciation. It wasn't mandatory. There was a time, how many of you guys remember this? There was a time when you could say, that guy or that girl was really, really not that great. I'm not giving them shit. If they were really disgusting, drop fucking drinks, spill water, talk crazy, was being a whole heifer, was being a whole diva, douchebag, whatever, you was like, man, they better be lucky I even paid the bill and don't just walk out on this bish. Just fucking dine and dash. Especially if the food was trash. If you brought my food back cold or all this other shit, like there's so much that goes into the culture of tipping. What's good, Sasquatch? Now, the issue is that this used to be something, especially back in the day when I used to really get hard. Wow. Pause. Really go in the paint. Let me just put it that way. Go in the paint for tipping, right? Because it was a corporate lifestyle and we were doing this whole kind of like it's almost like a big bank, little bank thing. Like we had this thing where you guys, so for those who know, you know, I'm not saying it's a practice that happens everywhere else, but there's this thing where if you are the young people coming in, young associates coming in, young whatever people coming in, when there's a corporate outing, when you want to network and really get to know and get the guys to know you, the gals, the staff to know you, whatever, you have to foot the bill, right? So one of the things that I used to do was like, I'm paying for the whole shit, but I'm not drinking. Now I know you guys, you know that's a crush for me because you know I drink, but I gotta make sure I keep my eye on the ball, on the paycheck, to make sure shit don't get out of hand, and then pay for the entire thing afterwards. And then when I go home, that's when I drink. Because to me, corporate outings, you don't drink on for me, you don't get drunk on corporate outings because it's really gonna screw you up. One, you don't know what you're really gonna say. Two, you got to be able to pay attention to everybody else to make sure what's going on. You are consider yourself this way if you're in my position. If the bill's gonna be on you at the end of the day, you need to look at yourself as the designated driver, right? No one's driving, but you got to look at yourself that way because anyone who's too drunk, you're paying for them to basically get home. Now, this may not be true. Most of the time it is, but you got to be aware of that, right? And now we have to look at this on a payroll, emotional payroll system for tipping. Tipping is crazy. Now, I used to be a very appreciative of this, especially because like I wasn't the person who went to strip clubs. I know.
Wait, what?
I know. Yeah, I didn't go to strip clubs. My only experience being in strip clubs, if I didn't know girls who were strippers, girls who I came up with like in high school, things like that, or college, or when I was in Florida and my guys, they like to go to strip clubs. I didn't do strip clubs. It was when I came back to New York and I started working more corporate kind of things and things guys want to do is when I got really introduced into strip club life. That's when I really appreciated the luxuries of strip club food. Because strip club food is good. I don't know if it's still that way. I haven't been there since prior to the pandemic, but strip club food is fucking good. And tipping was a thing that you did. It's a strip club. In fact, you get introduced into the culture of tipping, not from being in diners and restaurants, from eating at shitty dive bars or whatever. It's from being at strip clubs. You get the aspect of tippings when you do dealings at a strip club. I agree, Sasquatch. I don't as well. I don't do strip clubs as well. But I understand because I had to be in that environment. And by the way, I didn't even understand for a long time that there are different classes of strip clubs. I didn't understand there were like 4 classes of strip clubs. Didn't even know that. That's a conversation we can have for another time. I don't want to turn the stream into strip clubs. But I'm trying to get back on my point. The point is that tipping used to be something that was an appreciation. Somebody gave you good service and you gave them a little something extra for taking care of you and your team or your family or whatever. Now it feels like it's a payroll patch. The employer pays whatever they pay. The worker is hoping that the customer makes up the gap. And the customer gets blamed if they're not a good patron. This shit is crazy. It is crazy to me that this is something that is actually still taking place. Not only has took place, but is still taking place today and most likely mañana. This shit does not make sense to me. We need to think about this. The business is the one who takes care of payroll. The business is the one who sets the prices. The business decides the worker's wage structure. Yet somehow the customer becomes the moral problem when it comes to the check or the register. And I think that's what people are afraid of. Because the customer did not design the system. The customer did not hire the workers. The customer did not choose the wage that the worker was going to get. The customer did not do anything outside of going outside to get dinner or lunch, whatever. And somehow, some way, at the end of the transaction, they're being treated like they are responsible for whether the worker feels supported. I understand that good service will draw people into your business, mama. But here's something that's also very important. Good patrons will sub-employ good servers to ensure that they get good business. When I went to a strip club, it was my first introduction as to learning how to build rapport. This is one of the reasons why I learned from my HR professional who turned around and said everybody's a part of your rapport. Doesn't matter how low or how high they are or where you're at. Everyone's a part of your business because you never know when you're going to need them and you never know when you're going to meet them in the future. So I used to be friends with strippers at their place. I used to call them and be like, hey, I didn't call the owners. I didn't call whoever. Hey, let's just Candy, whatever. Candy, what's good, girl? Oh, what's going on, Resla? Nah. Yo, I got some shit going on. Yo, you gonna be at work today? Yeah, I'm at work today. Or I'm not at work today. Why? What's up? I'm like, yo, damn, I was hoping you're gonna be at work today. I was hoping to see you because unexpected meeting. I got some shareholders. I got whatever's going on. And they were asking for a place to go to, the bit of a relax. We're gonna split up after a bit of a lunch, but the guys still want to come out because we have some deals. We have some numbers that we still gonna go through. And I was wondering if we can just come over to the strip club. Whether they were on for that day or not on for the day, but like, oh, I'm gonna be on. Don't worry, I wasn't gonna be on, but I can come in for you, and then I'll just be off some other day. They'll call their boss and say, hey, I got a party that's coming in. He's gonna bring a whole bunch of people. They gonna spend money. They asked for me specifically. I need a table open at this time. This is when they're gonna walk in. And they're gonna do the do. I'm gonna make profits. We gonna make profits for that night. And if it's a Thursday, I need next Monday off. And they're gonna do that. They're gonna do that. And we walk in. Hey, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? What's your party? Your party, Resla. We got 8 here. We ate deep. We ate deep. And yeah, we about to turn things up. We about to have, I don't want an area that's gonna be dark and we can't see. I need to be a little bit. I need the light as a lighting guy. I need a cascading light that's gonna have us a little bit in the dark when we looking out. But in our area, it's light because we gonna be talking. We gonna be signing papers. We gonna be doing handshakes. Other niggas that might be lit or not lit need to see these handshakes happening. I don't know. We need that light on us, but we need it to be dark so that we're not too distracted from everything else. I don't even want to see a bottle girl until she steps into our area. I don't want to see a bottle girl who walks past. I don't need them distracted. I need a bottle girl who only gets seen the moment she steps into the light. And by the way, every big strip club has this. They have a section. It's not always VIP. It's not. They have sections like this. It might be in the corner, in the back of the room, in the dark, or somewhere, whatever. Let me tell you this the way. It's never near the back. I've never seen it near the bathroom. Let me put it that way. It can even be in the middle of the goddamn club itself. But every club has one. I've not seen a club to this day who has not had one. And you get that person when you say by name, hey, it needs to be who I said, Candy. It needs to be Candy. Candy's the one that put us on. She said you would already have us. Oh yeah, we know who you are. Yeah, we got the right place for you. Okay, cool. Now, your other people are hearing that. They're going, well, he already got the hookup. He already know the people, whatever. Okay, cool. Now we ain't got to worry about waiting or whatever. Cool. And now you already know. If you're really smart, you may have a budget already set up because you talk to your boss or whatever ahead of time. But if not, you know it's going to come out of you, but you know what you're about to lock down is going to make it all better. Going to make it all better in the end. So it's all good. And no, Candy may not just be the stripper blind. She may just be a bottle girl. She may be a bottle girl who was once a stripper. Not all strippers remain strippers. Not all bottle girls remain bottle girls. There are plenty of good strippers that become bottle girls. Because bottle girls make money just for being cute. They not on the pole. And there are plenty of girls who are cute, fucking fine as hell. But the difference in mindsets, and I just say with guys, is that they immediately just think they can pay enough money to fuck the stripper. But they want to impress the bottle girl. They want to fuck the bottle girl. Don't get me wrong. But throwing money at the bottle girl may not be enough, because in their mindset, they're also thinking, she's seen money. She be in these areas. She's seen money. So I can't just throw money, but I also got to be a little bit extra to show that I am something worthy. A lot of guys, unfortunately, don't see the same thing in strippers. You don't normally, let me not say this. Let me say you don't normally. Let me not say that. I have not normally, I don't know if it's a thing. I have not normally seen strippers, big booty women. Let me say that the way. I have not normally seen big booty women be the ones who are bottle girls. There's plenty. I'm pretty sure. I just haven't been to a lot of different clubs. I'm not really one who I'm not a club aficionado, strip club aficionado. I'm not. But the places I've been, it's normally been more tapered, slenderer, even curvier girls, but they don't have weight shaking it like booty clapping sound chicks. That's just, feel like I gotta say it that way. I'm not trying to be, and I'm really not trying to stay on the strip club thing. I'm just saying shit that. So I understand the tipping culture that comes from that, because I learned a lot of the tipping culture from the strip club kind of game. But the idea that normal people get dragged into this culture, and it is a culture of tipping, which has gotten out of hand. We are in 2026. I never even heard that now the minimum would be anything past 15%. So for me to see 18, 24, and even 30%, until yesterday, I have never seen somebody just sent me something. I see, Jen's in the building. What's going on? Oh, Stephen Hall, what's good? What's good, Stephen Hall? Appreciate you for the 2. I have never, damn, I lost my train of thought real quick. I have never seen pretty much. I just lost my train of thought on that. Damn, I don't know what I was saying right now. Hold up. Anyway, because of the tipping culture that we have in place right now, right? Customers, us. Customers don't feel like business is the way it's supposed to be. Like I said, you walk into a business, you pay the price. The business has a price. You pay the price, and if you got great service, or if you got good enough service, you give your denomination according to what the actual service that you actually have is, right? And I think what people are tired of is a system where customers are pretty much designed to be the support of the system. Again, the customer did not hire the workers. The customers did not set what the wage was, the minimum wage for that not minimum wage, but what the wage was for that coworker. We just walked in and we wanted to get our service. But somehow the transaction turned into us giving the additional support, the supplemental support for those workers. There's no job I've ever heard of outside of the food service industry that ever talked about what a customer designates to one particular person gets disseminated across the entire crew. This only happens in the food and drink industries. Only. All because you wanted to buy a sandwich or some noodles or soup or salad or whatever. And this is where the businesses get protected, by the way. And also why the workers get frustrated. The customers become uncomfortable. Both of them are looking at each other. The coworker and the customer are looking at each other. Meanwhile, the employer gets away scot fucking free. It's a setup. It's a convenient setup. By the way, and let's just say you're one of those people you're staying at a kiosk or whatever, or you're having a conversation with somebody who's worked in the fast food industry before, which I would say that a good majority. Like I'm off. Are you on? Or are you off? What's going on here? Are you on or are you? I see you on. Okay, now I can hear myself again. I have no clue. I have no clue what's going on here. Hold up. Just let me know if you got me back. If not, I'm gonna have to switch this up to a whole new stream. I have no clue what was just going on there. None. Not whatsoever. Let me know if you got me. Hit me with a one real quick if you guys got me. Because that was really, really weird. My network says I'm good, but somehow I just dropped. You guys got me? You don't got me? What's going on? You said I'm back. Am I back like a James Brown? I'm back. I could see you guys talking in the chat. Okay, I got a one in the chat. I don't know what the hell was that. That was really, really weird. My router was good. My modem is good. Everything, my connection, nothing came out. That was crazy. But for some reason, I could not. Everything was off. Like it was crazy. Shit. Okay, that was really, really, really weird. I'm not sure what was that about, but we're back. We're back. Um, shit. What I was doing? I was talking about. I don't know what was going on here. That was crazy. Oh, we have Chris. We have Chris on the other side. Appreciate you for deciding to want to follow up on the kick side. So, what was I saying? I was losing my shit. I know I was talking about obviously tipping, but I was talking about like the payroll side of whatever. Anyway, we do much payroll talk, too much payroll for the workers when we're just the customers, right? And this is the problem that I have when it comes to a lot of people who turn around and be like, "Oh, well, I know what it was like to be a fast food service worker," and I'm just like, "Okay, you know what? Actually, let's talk about that because people will say things like, I tip because I used to be in that industry." Cool, no problem. Oh, Tom, I didn't even know Tom was in the building. What's going on, Tom? Um, I used to be a fast food service worker, so therefore I tip because I used to work in the industry. To me, I'm like, that's cool. That's good with you. You can have that as a personal philosophy, as a personal rule. I don't have a problem with that. But if you worked in the industry, whether it's delivery, coffee shops, restaurants, bars, whatever, I get why you would feel differently. Why you would feel differently. You know how customers can be, right? You know how draining the job can be. You know how unstable money can be, right? I understand that. And you have a bit of sympathy for me. A bit. Where it gets annoying is when sympathy turns into judgment. That's the problem for me. When we get to a point where people start looking at you and thinking that because they worked at a particular industry and they went through that, they need to be looking at your ass for things. Because now it becomes, I tip because I know how hard it is. And if you don't tip like me, you're wrong. And I strongly 1000% disagree. Your personal experience does not become my bill. And let's be honest, a lot of people who say that they used to work in that industry, the words that I'm keen on are used to, meaning they left. And what do we say, folks? Used to be's don't make no honey. Why did they leave? Usually it's because the pay was not stable. The job was draining. The hours were bad. The work was not worth it. Or they found something better. So if you left because the setup was bad, why are you mad at the customer who's not you for not noticing that the setup is bad? That experience should make you criticize the business model more and not try to shame the strangers standing there at checkout. I hear the other argument. Yo, I don't work that fast food. I work that in being a server. The other thing that people say, you don't know how hard they worked. Okay. You don't know how hard I worked either. That's the part that gets skipped, ladies and gentlemen. People will sit there and act like customers' money came from out of fucking nowhere. Like the person paying did not have to trade their own time for money, their stress, their energy, their labor, all to be able to be at that place in the first place. Maybe, perhaps, the customer also stands on their feet all day. Maybe they just left after a long shift. Maybe they are unemployed and trying to stretch a little bit of money that they have. Maybe they have rent due, bills behind, family stress, health problems, whatever. The truth of the matter is that you don't know what you don't know. So when people use you don't know how hard they work to shame the customer, they are only respecting one side of that actual transaction. And to me, that is not even to me. That it literally is. It is what it is. That is selective empathy. Respect for the worker, fine. Respect the person who's paying also. Because customers, let's be honest, the customer's money represent the labor as well. It represents time that they are not going to be getting back in order to be at that industry. And when you keep adding stipulations to that money, you are not asking for generosity. What you're asking for, you're asking and you're acting like the customer's efforts matter less than the people who are working for the very person who is holding that card. This is insulting. Let's get into another aspect because I mentioned it earlier and it's in my mind right now, so I don't want to forget it. The fact of gratuity. I've gone through this before as well. And we have really not gotten to the point of gratuity. Because this is a whole nother level, and I'm just going to say it, of the scams and the scams not. You go somewhere, you get the bill, and gratuity is included. Fine. No problem. If it fits within the labor law of what's going on in that state, it is what it is. Or you get to choose whatever. It is what it is. Right. Then, I got a question. Why is there still a tip line? Why is there still this energy like something else is expected? Because if gratuity is already on the bill, that should be the tip. That should be the end of the conversation. The business added it. I paid it. We are done. But sometimes it doesn't feel done. Sometimes the receipt still creates another opening. Sometimes the worker still looks like they are expecting a little bit more. Sometimes people act like you are wrong for not adding extra on top of the extra that was already added. This is disrespectful. There is no other way to say it. You cannot keep moving the fucking finish line and then acting shocked when the customer gets irritated. At some point, the customer is going to feel like they're being played with. And that's exactly what happens, by the way. They stop feeling generous because the whole thing feels like a motherfucking setup. Here's the way how I look at it after dealing with particular businesses. Because honestly, the thing that bothers me most is how businesses create the tension and then they disappear from all of the blame. The employer sets the wage structure. The employer sets the price. The employer adds the tip screen. The employer chooses the suggested percentages. The employer can add gratuity on a service charge or decide not to. Then the awkward moment happens between the customer and the worker. That's the trick. The worker looks at the customer like they should do more. The customer looks at the worker like, why are you pressuring me? The business sits in the background collecting the money from both the worker and the customer, while both of them sit in discomfort. And people fall for it because they start arguing amongst each other. The customer gets called cheap. The coworker gets called entitled. The business gets away with treating everything like it is what it is. Like it's just there and nobody can do anything about it. Well, let me tell you this. No. The business is the one who built the situation. It's not the customer who built the situation. It is the business. The customer would not have that place to eat at if the business didn't start there, if the business didn't hire the people there, if the business didn't make the thing that they built appetizer for the customer to show up. It's the business responsibility. And if the worker's income depends on customers feeling guilty, that is not the customer's problem. That is a compensation problem. The customer can choose to tip. Absolutely fine. But they should not be shamed into fixing a payroll structure they did not create. By the way, let's just go into this because this seems to be something that's really a problem for the West, Western nations. Because people act like tipping has worked this way because this is the way, this is just what we're used to. It does not. There are countries, multiple countries, where tipping is not accepted like this. In some places, it's unnecessary. In certain settings, tipping can even come across as awkward or insulting because the workers are already paid to do their job. Now, I'm not saying that every other country has everything figured out. That would be a lazy ass argument. The point is that this version of tipping is not a universal truth. It is a business culture. It is something that has become normalized and somehow within the food and the beverage industry monopolized. And once something gets normalized, people stop questioning it, but not people like me. They start defending the bad actions of things that no other industry does, by the way. None. Everything outside of the food and beverage industry does not practice this. That's why the conversation gets so emotional. Because the second you question tipping, people act like you question kindness itself. No. I'm questioning why a business gets to turn kindness into a wage supplement. That's the difference. And here's the funny part about it, because this has happened several times. Several times. This is where the whole thing. Here's a gratuity for the host. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. For your 1 cent that you didn't give me for the $4.99 KM. This is where the whole thing starts to feel backwards to me. As someone who's looked through businesses, who has to look at, we're not even going to get into that. I can walk into a restaurant, buy food, get hassled or haggled to add money because the worker may not be paid enough. Then I have to walk outside afterwards and pass by a homeless person. Now what? I already gave my change to the person inside because the screen or the receipt asked me at the right time. Doesn't that sound a little cold-blooded? I know it does. But the situation itself is cold when you really take the time to think about it. Because tipping culture creates that weird hierarchy of guilt. The person inside the business becomes my emotional responsibility because I am at the table or the register. The person outside becomes something else entirely, even if there is no register to be had, even if there a concept for wanting to do what is considered to be the greater good. So now I'm walking around deciding which of the guilt is better than the other to claim my little bit of change. This is too much. This is too much. People should be able to buy food without being turned into moral accountants. Every transaction cannot become a charity decision. Sometimes people are just hungry. Sometimes they just want to fucking eat lunch. Sometimes they are already trying to survive their own lives. And now they are being asked to prove that they are compassionate over a fucking receipt or a tip screen. This shit here is exhausting. Now, this is the part businesses should pay attention to. Hold up. Let me make sure we get a little closer. This is the part that businesses should really pay attention to. When people say, if you can't tip, don't go out, because I've heard this one as well. They think they are making a strong and moral point. Maybe customers will take that shit fucking seriously. Maybe they won't go out. Maybe they will stop showing up to that place because they understand what the guilt trap of the transaction tips are. Maybe they will do like what I do most of the time, cook at home. Maybe they will buy from other places that do not provide them such pressure. Maybe, just maybe, they will avoid businesses that add gratuity and still leave another tip line like the customer is supposed to keep giving everything that's sitting in their wallet or card or account. And if enough people do that, by the way, then that business has to face an actual problem. Because customers may not argue forever. A lot of people will just leave. They don't need to make a scene. They will just not insult the worker. They will not post a whole thing, a review every time. They won't do it. They're just going to stop showing the fuck up. That's exactly what's going to happen. And honestly, that might be the only thing that some businesses actually understand. Empty motherfucking seats, low sales, regular customers disappearing, people choosing somewhere else. Because online complaints are easy to ignore. I've been told in many businesses, we're not worried about those. But a quiet restaurant is not easy to ignore. So if the message is, by the way, don't come out unless you are ready to tip what we expect, then okay. Maybe people will just stop going. Then we can see whether the business still wants to blame customers when their rooms get super fucking quiet. This is where I'm gonna land. I'm gonna land straight up because we have some weird shit going on, and I kind of want to just end this before we need to get into this. Because I said a whole lot, and there was a little bit of technical shit. For those who didn't really pick up on it, came in a little bit later, whatever the case may be. If you didn't catch it, go all the way fucking back. I'm not gonna explain it all to you. I don't hate tipping. I'm not saying workers have easy jobs. Lord knows I don't. I'm not acting like people in the service roles, I've been in it myself, are making too much money, because damn for sure they are not. And I've seen people in their younger 20s all the way into their 60s working in the fast food, not even fast food, just in the food service industry, food and beverage industry. This is not my issue. If this is what you took as my issue, fuck you. You need to take more time to figure out what was being said, because you just came in and wanted to spit your own fucking moral standpoint. That's not my problem. That's yours. Get more clarity. Because there is a difference between giving extra for actual service and being guilted into covering a wage gap. This is it. This is the difference between appreciating someone and being judged because you do not add 24 fucking percent after doing most of the goddamn process yourself. This is the difference between generosity and being pressured, being strong-armed. And the culture keeps blurring that fucking line. That's why people are getting tired. They are tired of every screen asking for money. They are tired of gratuity being added and then still being expected to give more money. They are tired of being told that they do not know how hard workers work by people who don't know anything about their own fucking lives either. They are tired of businesses turning payroll into a public guilt test. This is the tipping point. It's not only the tip. That was funny. It's the disrespect around the expectations. And at some point, customers have to be allowed to say, I paid the bill. I paid what you charged me. If your worker is still not paid enough, that issue needs to go back to the employer. It doesn't make you cheat. That means that you understand where exactly your responsibilities lie. So the next time that screen turns around, I think the real question is not, am I tipping? The better question is, what am I being asked to pay for right now? What's the actual service? What exactly is the good experience? Or am I being asked to absorb the wage problem because the business knows exactly how guilt works? Because once you see that clearly, the game starts changing. Now, you may still tip. You may decide not to. But at least you know where exactly the line is. And I think that is what business does not want people to really pay attention to. Because once people start noticing the trick, it stops becoming normal. That's my spiel on it. Now, Some of y'all may agree, and some of y'all may not agree. And some of y'all may got the whole game fucked up and thinking you need to be here and try to prove wrestler wrong. Keep your opinions. I don't give a fuck. You can state your opinions all you want. But I laid my case down, and I know there's going to be people that's going to be agree with it. And I know if you haven't at least thought about it, you're full of fucking shit yourself. But you know what? Link is in the chat. I'll give you an opportunity. I'll give you your just dues. Try it. I laid down my case. Tell me that you should still be giving them everything after they receive what they were actually there, what they agreed to. Because I understand how hard the world is and how hard the job market is. But at the end of the day, you make a choice as to where you are, what you do, and how you choose to continue. And no one else is responsible for it. Try me. Try me. Anyone who can go against the logic of what I just said right now is a fucking hypocrite themselves. I said what I said. I said what I said. And you know what? For those who hit that, it's, again, link is in the fucking chat. Hit that shit. Hit that shit if you really, but I'm gonna let you know. Don't be fucking trying to sideswipe me. Don't try to go into some other shit that got nothing to do with any shit. You stand on your fucking square. You should know my rules by now. If you're going to click on my link in my goddamn stream, you should know what my rules are. If you don't know what my rules are, I'm sure one of my lovely mods will be able to tell you where you should be at. Don't confuse what I do with other places that you go at. This ain't Cheers. This ain't somewhere that you go where everybody knows your name. You're going to have to conform and comply appropriately. So what's it going to be? Huh? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Because if not, then we're good. We're Gucci. Stream's been great. I got whatever I got to do for my chest. I'm gonna go back and rewatch the shit and just figure out what I want to do with it. So what it's gonna be? What's good, Denizen? What's good, crap? So what it's gonna be? You know what? Here's what we're gonna do real quick. I'm gonna go get me another beer, just in case someone feels like they want to turn around and say something a little bit differently, right? So, KM, if somebody feels a little bit froggy and they don't really know the rules, feel free to let them know. Mama, same thing. Let them know. Link is in the motherfucking chat. I will drop it one more time, one more again, and it's dropped here on the YouTube side as well as the kick side. So we'll see from there. And I'm gonna see you guys in just a smidget. All right.
Your body telling me yes. Baby, I don't wanna hurt your body. There is something that I must confess to you. Ooh, I don't see nothing wrong with the little booty tickle. With the little booty tickle, I don't see nothing wrong, baby. Hey, I don't see nothing wrong with the little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong. I see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong. See, I know just what you want, and I know just what you need, girl. So baby, bring your booty to me. Bring your booty back. I'm not playing around with you. Your booty nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong with a little booty tickle. I don't see nothing wrong, baby. He doesn't finger right, then babe, spend the night. I thumb you like you need to be thumped. Girl, come mess with me. No need to look no more, because we're making our own porn. You'll never get another like me. You'll never fuck another me. You need someone like me, yeah, to finger your backside constantly.
Come on, we got a little bit of time. We got some people in here. Come on, KM. You know this song is dedicated to you. I already know KM. Know all the words already. Come on, KM. Here's the part. I don't see nothing wrong, baby, with a little. Oh, all right. All right, so we already got somebody in the backstage and coming to the stage. What's good? We got Blizzy Blind in the building. What's going on, my guy?
What it do?
Oh, you tell me what to do. Hold up, let me make sure I get my. Okay, everything is good on my side. What's going on, man?
Not much. Very interesting. You completely caught me off guard with the topic today. So that's like, tipping. Damn, bro. Especially like all of the stuff, insights that you had makes it like super complex. It's like, I agree with everything you said, but I have worked in the service industry and it sucks because that's the only way they're going to get paid.
Well, I have also worked in the service industry. I worked in multiple service industries and multiple positions in the service industry, but my stance has still changed. The problem is not the customer. The problem is with the business.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think. I seen Gatsby in the chat. I think that's the part he was missing. Was the
I didn't read it. I know he gets into a tangent. I didn't read it. So if Gatsby want to hit that link, it's a panel. It's a panel. He can hit that goddamn link. But if he's trying to convince me, he need to listen to everything. Because if he didn't get it, he gonna be shit out of luck and jolly well fucked on this conversation.
Yeah, what do you call it? Well, there's a video, man. I don't know, like you'd have to go to. You could probably find it on YouTube. Well, this dude, he's like a younger black dude, like our age. He goes and he eats, and either he don't leave a tip or else a small tip or something. And he goes to take off, and he's at like a Korean or Vietnamese restaurant, one of the two. The owner literally follows him out the door, bro, and starts like a confrontation of like, you didn't tip. That's how my fucking waiters eat. And he, I think, even like swings and like stills off on the dude possibly, but it's like he made a big ass deal. And the dude is like, bro, you're the one that should be worried about that. Like, I came and I exactly like you were saying, like I paid my fucking fee. You're muted.
I'm sorry. I find that interesting because I know in Japan, and even in some areas of Europe, they don't take that. They're like, no, don't tip. It's an insult because they make enough of a wage to be able to pay themselves because it's not based on tip. And normally it's Americans that come over and try to tip, and they're like, no, that's not what we do. It's like that in Japan. It's not like that in China. So you said Korea. I might have to do some research in Korea, but there's some areas also in Europe, but they don't play that. They're like, no, we're good. We're good. We make money. We're good.
Well, do you think the average like service industry worker makes more than the average worker or less?
The answer is no. Here's my problem with that. I'm gonna put it down, and you just tell me what you think after I finish laying this down.
All
Right? There's always gonna be a financial industry, right?
Like
Everybody's always
stock
gonna
market?
everything. But no, I'm just asking you. There's always gonna be something revolving around compensation, right?
Sure.
Right. There's always gonna be a business for healthcare, right?
Sure.
Okay. There's always gonna be a business for transportation, right?
Yeah,
There's always gonna be a business around food, right?
for sure.
How is it that all these other things outside of food can have a normal wage?
That's right. Well, Gatsby says he's at work. Gatsby, how did he do that at McDonald's?
No, my point is, how is it that every other business can provide a normal wage except for food and drink? The most, by the way, the most important thing that everybody needs. By the way, the outside of having a roof over, we're talking about the hierarchy of needs. Outside of having a roof over your head, you will always need to eat. How is it this particular business cannot pay a normal wage?
Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, and I'm only this is kind of an assumption, but I've known lots of business owners, restaurant owners, and I think the argument is that the wage becomes disproportionate if you try to pay them a living wage and then they have tips on top of that. So, like, the argument is that it becomes disproportionate and they start making over like.
This is bullshit. Let me tell you why it's bullshit, right? Because here's the problem that I have with the food service industry, and I'm gonna relate it to security, right? And I don't mean like security like what I do. I mean like basic security. Basic security, just like fast food, not even fast. I keep saying fast food. Food service industry make minimum wage. Actually, food service representatives actually make less than actual security guards. And I mean, if you, so like, for instance, like here, damn, what is our minimum wage now? It keeps changing all the time. I think our minimum wage is like 17 something, 15 something,
What?
whatever. Again, it's a different living standard. It's a different living standard. So I think on average, the average coming into your run of the mill low level security guard just got their fucking fresh license makes $18. 18. That's nothing. That's nothing here. And keep in mind, they still get dental, they still get vision, they still get a 401, they still get, but you can't say that for the food service industry that people go to every day to eat.
Well,
Whether
because
it's within their bars, whether it's regular people, whether it's lunchtime, they don't get anything.
that's true.
This is books. Everybody has to eat.
So, service industry work or food service industry workers don't get benefits at all.
There are a lot of people who work in the food. Let me just say this. I think it's very important. I should say this also for security. Not everyone who works for a security company gets benefits. Now, that change, by the way, let me just say that. Not everybody who worked, let me say past tense, who worked for security got benefits like insurance, things like that, until Obamacare came out. Until the Affordable Care
Yeah.
Act came out. You had to pay for your own shit. And the same thing went for actually food service representatives. The only difference is that they're still scrambling to this day for tips. They're not being presented with the minimum wage.
Well,
By the way, blind. We're not talking about, this is not a conversation about affordable wage, because people get really fucked up and they drag that shit into it. We're not talking about affordable living, affordable
but
wage.
that's the reason it exists.
No.
Tax bracket wise.
The problem is that, continue with the argument that I have.
Okay.
People drag this out until shit I'm not talking about. Because if that is the case, outside of tech and a couple of other places, nobody makes an affordable wage.
Well, present your argument without it so that I can understand.
I did. The fact of the matter that normal people, like myself, I'm no millionaire. I'm no thousandaire. The idea that you don't know what the hell I'm going through, the same way how I don't know what they're going through. But you will have not just the business, which is responsible for the employee, by the way, but even the peanut gallery of other people who you don't even know what the hell's going on with them. Can turn around and throw out guilt. The guilt is being put on you from the company. The guilt is being put on you from the worker. The guilt is being put on you from other patrons. The guilt you also feel when you have to, especially if you're in my state, you see so many homeless people. You walk by and you see homeless people. So people who have less than that worker. What the fuck?
I mean, it's hard for me to. I appreciate exactly what you're saying, but it's really hard for me to give like yes or no perspective, because I would rather take the guilt and keep the money and just be like, fuck them. And
So here's my thing: if I do that, right? Am I a piece of shit for doing that? For wanting to keep for trying to keep every dollar that I want?
to them, you are. That's the fucked up part.
Today?
To them, you are.
No,
But
it's not a today thing.
no, to them.
To them. Yeah, this has been a thing that's happened since. Keep in mind, I'm blind. I'm a little bit older than you are. I remember before I even joined the workforce. Before I joined the workforce, minimum wage was around, I want to say $8 to $9. This is when I was in high school.
Yeah.
Minimum wage right now is like $15.75 or something. Actually, let me go. I keep trying to guess that. Let me go look. In New York, minimum wage. The minimum wage had went up to so it's $17. I don't know when it went up, but it's $17 now.
Damn, that sounds pretty damn good.
No, it sounds good if you don't live in New York.
Here in Texas, it's like $8 or some shit.
Well, we're not talking about the federal wage. We're talking about the state minimum wage, right? So keep in mind, there are people here in New York who make six figures who are living paycheck to paycheck. I've covered this before.
Damn, it's $7.25 here in Texas, bro. Fucking crazy.
It's about living standards and the cost of living.
Yeah.
For most people give up more than 30% for rent.
Hell yeah, that's true.
More than 30%.
It.
Now that's collectively like happened in California. I don't know about Chicago. Chicago keeps I can't really get the proper numbers on Chicago. Seattle and New York, people are paying more than that. Most of their money is going to rent. And keep in mind, most people are not living in houses. They're not living in houses. They're not living in full-fledged businesses. They're literally, most of their money goes to living, even if they're roommating. Keep in mind, I said this before, people. I lived with two ladies when I was living in Williamsburg. Very nice area, by the way. Very busy, food, beverage, hangout area, right? Very busy area. I lived in a room with them, and I paid a little over $1,000 for rent for a room.
Oh, was it worth it?
I like the area, but keep the truth of the matter, I didn't really get the chance to really enjoy the area because I worked so much to make sure that I had a roof over my head.
Well, bro, that's a whole nother topic. I don't really want to give too much on the topic in the way, because I'm going to be talking about this soon too. Is the idea of working to survive, bro? Living to work and working to survive. Bro. I mean, yeah, but too many people don't understand that there is a different perspective. Like you don't have to live to survive. Like living to survive is hardly living at all, you know?
Again, this I think part of the problem is not a matter of part of it. Sorry, I think it's a complex situation, and I think it's very different from people from state to state, right? So for me, I think the issue is part of what is the average cost for people here. The average cost for people being here, but also, I got you in the back. Just give me a moment. The average cost for people living here, but also what is the cost of eating, which is crazy as well to even think about it. Because I can tell you, I see so much has changed just in terms of supermarkets, things like that.
Hell yeah.
And also the change of businesses, because I used to see so many mom and pop shops or business like honestly, it is hard for me right now to see a Denny's, a Waffle House, or whatever. It's hard to see it. There used to be somewhere that you could see an IHOP. It's hard to find them now. Dennis, what's going on?
I prefer Denny's, obviously, for apparent reasons.
What's up, Denison?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? You always have a unique perspective. You're not one of these brainless NPCs like Gatsby.
Don't
Here we
know. I'm
go.
not familiar with Gatsby. Was he the one that was trying to justify tips earlier in the chat?
He probably was. I saw his name kept popping up, but I didn't really read it because I wanted to make sure I got my shit off.
Yeah, because it's always like seemed obvious to me since I was a small child that tips are a scam and a way to shift the burden from employers onto customers even further. Like they already do it by stacking prices, cost into prices, where you're not, just paying for the thing that you're getting, but for all the expenses that the owner think they can get away with shifting into the prices. But now
That's
it's
funny.
even in your face even more, to where it's not even a matter of opinion, because we say, for example, you order a pizza from DoorDash. Well, the cost of the pizza is already marked up more than it would be if you went into the store. Then there's a membership fee.
So can you do me a favor, Denizen? Can you answer? I'm actually looking at his chat log a little bit. What's been back? One of the things he said was that it's not guilt. That is in all cap is the products that you receive. Why would you only charge for one, like food?
Yeah, that's what I was addressing, because it's not like even hidden anymore. In the example I was giving, you're already paying more for the pizza simply by ordering it from DoorDash. So there's the hidden extra delivery cost in there already. Then you pay the membership fee for DoorDash to have access to their services. So that's even more. Then they charge you a delivery fee on top of that. There's the fee. That's the extra service that you're paying
Actual
for.
fee. Yes, thank
They're
you.
literally charging you, say, here's your pizza and here's the delivery. I'm charging you for the delivery here. But then on top of that, they want a small order fee, a large order fee, a service fee.
Think about it. Why would I need to pay money for food when that is literally your business? I wouldn't be paying for anything else. I'm not paying for your voice.
Let's like just try to like. I'm just gonna try and play devil's advocate a tiny bit, because, like I said, knowing business owners my whole life, where I grew up with people who owned Mexican restaurants, and like they were some of the most successful Mexican restaurants in our area, but the profit margins were fucking tiny, bro. Like these.
But then you're lying
ready to be a business owner.
Right. See, either the business is sustainable or it's not. And what you're doing is you're lying about the cost, because you're lowering the prices and then not paying for the employees who make your product. And then you're guilting the customers into paying for your employees on top of paying for the food and the service and taxes.
Well, okay. What would be like? Let's just put it in terms, like you said, you're either succeeding or you're not. For the business to remain successful, how much would they have to raise the price of food? Probably a substantial amount, don't you think?
Yo, this is so funny. No, go on with your thing, because something I was just reading.
Yeah. I'm going to answer that two ways. first, sure. Then raise the price substantially so people can see how much it costs to get what they're asking for.
I agree.
But in reality, no. They just don't want to cut into their corporate profits, which is mostly going to CEOs and administrators and marketing. It's not going to employees cost a lot, but that's not where the prices are going. It's because of increased labor costs, right? Their margins grow every year. If
Yeah,
corporations had to struggle to keep their margins, then we'd be having a different conversation. Instead, they do whatever they want and charge whatever they want. In an American environment, corporations charge whatever they want in order to have their margins grow every year. And it's a rare turn of events that happens cyclically, like every 7 to 15 years, to see a corporation. They never lower their prices, but they start to increase the prices at a lower rate. And when they do, all of business America notices because it's so weird. That should be something they're doing all day, every day. If we really are interested in a society that benefits everyone. And that doesn't mean that you can't get rich selling excellent burgers or selling excellent pizza. It just means that you don't have to be exponentially rich for all offering a declining product in an ever increasing when your market share is growing.
man, that's so true, bro. And
I think you said something about declining products, right? Because this is the thing that I'm looking at from Bear over here, right? So America's beg for cheap products and fast service. Then they complain about the quality overall value. Here's the thing about it, because I don't know, like I think there are plenty of people, depending on where your class is and what you can afford, whether you talk about cheap or not. Because the majority of people want quality. They don't want cheap. If you really want to talk about cheap, right? I think it's funny that we pay so much just for a simple fucking phone. But if you go to Asia,
yeah,
if you go anywhere in Asia, in India, Korea, Japan, like they pay a fraction of what the fuck we pay. Why are you paying $1,000 for a phone that's something that they paid maybe $300 for?
well,
Same
that's another
fucking phone.
that's
By the
another
way, do you know
aspect.
when you're buying your expensive jeans and you're paying $60, $80 for fucking jeans, as someone who's had to do a lot of monitoring and business and actually cost for those jeans to ship them across, do you know those jeans are about 10 cents?
That
10
that's a whole nother aspect of it too. Is status, bro. There are restaurants that have like hiked their prices so high to only like make it super exclusive and have like tremendous success just purely because of the status. It has nothing to do with the quality of the food. So like
I
here in
would
America, we have a problem with status and shit too.
Yeah, and I would argue that's part of the same slave mentality that goes into having workers work for less than minimum wage on the
A
promise
lot of
of
people got
tips
it
or
fucked up.
gratuity.
I think that a lot of people got it fucked up. A lot of people pay and want to pay for cheap shit because the price of quality, the thing that everybody else is getting in the actual countries that are manufacturing it, they can't pay for it. They can't pay for the quality that other people are wearing in those areas.
Yeah, but let's be real. The price difference isn't related to quality. It's related
Yeah,
to
no, it
status
absolutely is.
and
It absolutely is.
In the mind of the consumer, it is.
I almost said something that I could have fucked my whole shit up. If you know where materials are coming from and the quality of those materials and those kind of manufacturing companies that come from, we're not talking about the shipping, we're not talking about tariffs, we're not talking about just the quality of the goods that are coming from and where they're being shipped to, you will see a significant difference.
no, but I'm saying like percentage wise, if you okay, look, like let's make it simple. Polyester versus cotton. There's a polyester product being made here in America that costs a
Are those
dollar.
two fabrics the same?
But no, that's what. Like, hold on, let me cook real quick. The polyester and cotton. We're making a polyester product here in America. They're making a cotton product in Japan. The difference in quality is going to be a couple of dollars, but the status is going to elevate that difference to hundreds of dollars. And that's the
So
thing that we pay for here in America the most.
here's the difference that you're missing in it, right? Can will not only can and will America make that product, and can they make it because do they have the infrastructures to mass produce? The
But it
answer
wouldn't
is
cost them
likely no.
hundreds.
The answer is likely no, because why? They don't have the facilities, because the facilities are already been shipped out due to companies who are actually manufacturing things.
Yeah, but if they did,
If you, sir, are looking for Louis Vuitton, you're not going to find it being built here.
but bro, if you really think Louis Vuitton costs all that because it is
No,
high
no,
quality,
it doesn't. It doesn't. But where does it make its money from? Does it make its money from the areas that's being manufactured, or from us?
from status, from us.
Thank you. So when I have this conversation, I've had this conversation in the past about here. When we get so proud about things being American made, right? So how come we don't make a lot of things here?
Because of tax evasion and shit, in my opinion.
Right. So they go to areas where those people who are actually making the things that we want get them for a fraction, and then we pay 3 times the price for it.
Yeah.
Tell me how that makes sense. It's an American-made company that ships its labor overseas for them to get the same quality of goods for a fraction of what we pay, not even full price, triple the price on. And you're gonna tell me but you're gonna tell me that we should feel fucking proud about that.
And if you put a Nike check on that bitch, the value triples and quadruples.
I think that's where you got it wrong. That's everything you got it wrong. It doesn't matter what logo's on it. If it's an American-founded company, if it was built in America, everybody should be. He's a great example of it, right? If you go to places like Portugal, France, things like that, where there are people make the garments that they wear, the attire that they wear. When you go there, everybody's wearing it. Everybody looks like they're fucking on point. Because why? It's a normal thing. Everybody has the goods. It's a normal aesthetic. When that stuff comes here, it's super fucking expensive. So the same thing should be the opposite. If we want the best fucking cars and everything, if we were all making it here, we would all have it. It would be no problem. But everything is made outside and then shipped here, and then we pay a shit ton of money for it. That's why not everybody can have all the stuff.
But I mean, like, I agree with everything you're saying, but I think all that's a symptom. I think the cause is just like
it's not a symptom. It's not a symptom.
But you're not even hearing me out. You're not hearing me out. Listen, the cause is the greed. Because all this shit don't mean nothing, bro. Like, if they wanted to do it, they could do it. If they wanted to do it at an affordable price in America, they could do it.
I could tell you this right now. If they wanted to do it, think of how many people who put their businesses out overseas, right? When the 2008 crisis happened, do you think they wanted to be like Ford and GM? In fact, let's look at some other car companies that we don't hear about anymore. When's the last time you heard of Mitsubishi?
I don't know.
Chrysler.
Well, Chrysler's Mopar. So
when's the last time you ever heard of the Chrysler company is making a new fucking...
It's Mercedes now, isn't
it? But why? They had to get bought out.
Yeah, Mercedes bought out Chrysler Daimler.
And is Mercedes a U.S. company?
No, it's a German luxury brand.
There you go. Yeah. Because why? Here's the truth of the matter. Americans don't buy American shit.
That's not true. That's not true, bro.
Well, it depends who you're talking about when you say Americans. Because I can't speak for Americans, right? I'm a weirdo. I can say I spend extra for quality. I spend extra for made in America. But can I speak for the masses? Probably not. But they probably don't have much taste in discernment.
The masses don't even know what's made in America.
Right. They don't know.
Exactly. So a more accurate statement is that we don't sell American shit in America.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I'm saying.
The thing is, though, Resla, like the reason why it's a symptom, though, and not a cause, is because we don't make shit in China to keep the prices low. We raise the prices, keep them high, and make it in China so that the manufacturing's low. It's like everywhere we can find a dollar to make is what we go for. You know what I'm saying? Like if we made the phone in America,
It wouldn't
No,
cost so much that it would cost more than $2,000 to make the phone.
no, because at
It
this
would
point we
cost
have synthetic gear. We have all we have so much more. If this was back in the days of like say like the 80s, I'm even gonna go to the 80s to where it was really a lot of raw materials versus like a lot of synthetic materials that we have now in days. There's a difference between how we made things then and how we made things now. If they wanted to, the things that used to cost $40, because I could say probably in the 90s and the early 2000s, jeans may have cost $40. You know what I mean? 40, maybe $50, depending on you. Now they're like $80. So the idea is that we've seen so many different products and so many new materials that come into making products, which means we can make a whole lot more products cheaper and on a mass scale.
That proves his point.
But yet somehow the price keeps going up and manufacturing is gotten cheaper. So other countries, by the way, the people who are manufacturing, their economy is coming up, but our economy is dwindling.
And where do you
That's
think
what I'm
that
saying, though.
difference
That's
is going?
deliberate.
Yeah, where do you think that difference is going? Let's
It's
just say
going
that.
straight.
Go ahead, Denison.
It's going straight into the CEO's pockets and the assets of these the market cap of these companies.
And then people get hyped when they hear things like, we're gonna tariff and we're gonna make America great again and we're gonna do all this other shit. And I'm just going,
This is why it should be illegal to be a
so easily
billionaire.
distracted because here's the sad part about whether you want to look at money, whether you want to look at construction, whether you want to look at food, whether you want to look at transportation. All you have to do is follow one thing, the one thing that matters among everything. Money. Just follow the fucking money.
That's why it should be illegal to be a billionaire, bro. It should be illegal. It's a crime against humanity. It's hoarding resources.
Here's the thing. If you say so, the moment you say it's illegal to be a billionaire is the moment you're basically you're touting for socialism.
Who cares?
Like we don't always have to we don't always have to like filter these things into these existing systems. Like all these shits are just words, bro. Like we could make shit work if we didn't do that.
Yeah.
Like
I hate to tell you this. I hate to tell you this when you say they just don't have to be words. Words have meanings, and people will hold you to words.
That's
by
why.
the way. But no. That you say that's why, but that happens in all things.
No, but you don't have
sociology and business and everything. People hold you to everything.
If you say, okay, this thing is detrimental to our society, and then you say, okay, well, let's just cap people's finances and say you can't be a billionaire.
Are you willing to trample on people's liberties in order to make that happen?
Bro, we trample all over
people's liberties for everything.
Not what but are you? That's
yes.
You can say for everything. Yeah. All right. Now I can say this right now. There are going to be people who have more money than you do who can make sure that doesn't happen.
But this is the reason why we supposedly live in a democracy, because we should be able to outweigh the money with our vote.
You say democracy, but it's really a republic.
But whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
my bad. Go ahead, Denison.
Yeah, I'm not lying to myself about the fact that those people are winning. I just want you to be on the same page. The greedy assholes who don't deserve what they have are winning.
Don't
tell me that we need them for society. Don't tell me that we need them to rise all the boats, like a rising tide rides all boats. That we need these people because they lift people out of poverty and they provide jobs. I don't want to hear all that bullshit.
We are on the same path. But here's the thing that we need to look at that people don't really want to take a look at. That's very important, right? And that
just admit to me that they're greedy motherfuckers and they have shit they don't.
It doesn't matter how greedy they are because the pen is mightier than the sword, and they have the pen.
I'm not arguing that. If you just agree with me that they're greedy motherfuckers and that they're hurting society, then we're already okay.
There'll always be greedy motherfuckers. They will always exist.
Okay, we're cool so long as we're admitting that.
No, but here's the thing. It doesn't matter. They can look in your fucking face and be like, I'm a greedy motherfucker. What you gonna do about it?
But they don't have we don't have to no, but we don't have to aspire to that is the thing, dude. The cancer in our fucking society is the fact that people aspire to that, bro.
But I hate to say this, but it's not.
You gotta make excuses for it and tell me how good it is.
It's not just society because you can go everywhere across. You can go to a communist nation. You'll see it. This is a human behavior thing.
It doesn't mean anything. There's no such thing as communism and capitalism. These are just political terms used to browbeat people and stop them from thinking and talking.
And yet, you can have a conversation about people who have and have not.
Like I said, stop
but these
telling
are
me
let's talk about things that don't exist. But we can
what a
complain
virtue
about
it is.
every day that what would happen.
See, you're doing it. I told you to stop that. Can you stop doing that? Can you stop browbeating people who are pointing out the bad shit and stop making excuses and telling me why it's good?
Pointing out things have nothing to do with the fact of actually making action. Complaining.
I don't believe you. I think you're wrong.
Yeah,
I think you're wrong.
I fundamentally disagree too, bro, because discussing it is a part of the action. Like things have to first be discussed. And let me just say this. Government is not a tool to facilitate freedom, bro. It's a tool to fucking restrict you. So going and saying like that nature is going to exist in anywhere, yes, of course, but the government's here to facilitate our fucking existence and show us where our restrictions are. Except for billionaires don't have bro. You're literally a crime against humanity when you're hoarding resources.
Why? I love the fact that you say that government brings forth restrictions and tell us where exactly the line is, except for the people who are rich. So, how are you going to change that?
Well, first of all, the first is to discuss it, bro. To identify the problem. Yeah. That's the very first thing.
Yes, and then the next thing would be stop pretending that it's good and that we need it and browbeating the people who are complaining about it. Complaining about it is fucking good.
And then
maybe we can start to have a conversation about what we aspire to be, and then maybe we can change our incentives and actually incentivize real solutions.
I love how the further we get down, it becomes and maybe.
No, it's about influence, bro. It's about the fact that these discussions influence people and their thought processes.
I do not disagree. The problem with influence is that the further you have to push somebody up the top to make those changes with influence, the more that they have to run across the people who actually have the power to make things different.
Well, it only comes from the top. Period. The only difference is who's going to be at the top in 20 years. That's the thing.
In 20, okay, stop. In 20,
we're always at the top.
Screw the U.S. How long has politics just been available to the human society?
Since the beginning of writing.
And tell me when that has been wildly influential. Think about all the different societies happened through human history that has been a thing that has changed.
It's not politics that change things; it's violence. And that's why we're ultimately at the top all the time. And
who's we?
Every time, and the majority of people, the workers, the people getting screwed over when they're not lying to each other and telling everybody how fucking great the system is, then they're getting angry and they're pulling people out of their castles and cutting their heads off in the middle of the road.
When was the last time that happened?
Well, bro,
the French Revolution. You think that that's going to happen anytime soon?
We're in a new age, bro. We're in the age of energy. We're in the age of energy and influence, bro. Somebody as tiny as one of us.
I need you to jump on the team and come on for the big win, Resla.
Yeah, for real, bro. Like, and the first thing is to
let me get one of them Coronas too. Let me get one of them Coronas.
Yeah, let me too. Shit.
I got you. I still got Coronas. I got you.
What's up, due diligence in the chat?
What's good, dude?
But I agree with Dennison, bro. And I think that the first thing, bro, is to identify and then to try and influence each other to realize, dog, that money is not the ultimate fucking goal, bro. Like money don't even do shit.
It's not. Here's the thing that you have to understand. Money is not the goal. See, here's the thing. Money is simply what it is. It's a tool. Money.
We don't do a well enough job of explaining that to one another.
I understand that, Blind, and I try to tell people this. I try to tell people in this business. I try to tell people this in the streets. I try to make sure I remind myself of this. Money is a tool.
Yeah.
The problem is that a lot of people, and it's designed to be that way, do not understand money as being a tool. They see money as a survival mechanism. And because money is a tool, those who have abundance of it, those who are not worried about being in survival, can wield things properly because they always know other people are desperate just to survive.
Effectively, I wouldn't say properly.
That's what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about living to survive. I completely agree. What's up, dude?
What up with it, man?
Yo.
What up with it, man?
Yo.
What up, Dennis?
Nothing. We're kind of getting into it. We're kind of getting into this. We kind of dipped into a whole economic kind of thing, but yeah, no. I mean, honestly, I think somehow like there's this premise that I'm disagreeing, but I'm looking across history and I'm also looking at how the behaviors of people are, not just from those at the top, but also how the general masses move. And the general masses, like most people, don't move as one. It's always the minorities that get more power than the majority because the majority just can't get their shit together.
I don't agree with that.
The masses will do whatever the fuck you tell them to do.
Yep.
Which is why if you tell them not to get their shit together, they won't get their shit together.
Well, bro, you know what a big problem is? The dumbass people that will never, ever even accomplish being a millionaire are like the most common people to simp for millionaires, bro, because they think one day they might become one. And it's like, you dumb fuck.
Well,
you defeat yourself.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember the saying. But it was so true. Fuck, I'm trying to remember what it is. So there was a movie I was watching, and it was a quote that was being said in it, where he's like, "I'm part of this business, and part of the business model is don't have too much hope, because hope will kill you."
Oh fuck,
hope will kill you. Now, I as a person who's worked in business, I've seen that because there's nothing worse than you having a shit ton of hope, and then someone kills that hope. You'd be surprised how much that person becomes demoralized, right?
But yeah, well, hope and drive aren't the same thing.
The opposite of that, blind. The opposite is, do you believe in miracles? Right now, when I heard that, I was listening to it, and I was like, okay, I can hear the inspiring type thing before that. But here's my other thing: how many people understand the difference between a hope and a miracle?
Well, I would say that it's not a miracle. The distinction would be hope and drive, because drive is to something that you're gonna actually have a hand in creating.
But a drive can also burn you out.
Sure, life can burn you out. Shit.
Well, you're gonna die regardless. So that life that burn you out shit doesn't make any sense. But the drive can burn you out. You're gonna die regardless. So,
I mean, but I'm just saying, like that happens. Like that's not a reason to be deterred. Shit. Like yeah. The thing to me, it's like this, bro. Is that we get those of us that aren't billionaires dude. Like we're so far underneath.
I'm gonna say this whether you guys don't like this or not. We're all not billionaires, at least on this panel.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. And for us to accomplish,
I hear that everybody here is like a thousandaire or a fucking 6-figure earner or whatever.
I'm like
you know how YouTube goes, you know.
But the thing that's why I'm saying, like, right now, and we got stupid ass in the chat, Gatsby talking, saying, stop complaining. The whole thing, bro, is you need to complain first, bro. You have to the thing is directing your complaints into something productive so that you can identify issues. Now, we can't build until we have identified what we're trying to build, or sometimes in some instances tear down first. So it's like we're entering the age of energy and influence, bro, where wealth is now going to be is going to be quantified by your energy and your influence. And the playing field is evening as we speak, in my opinion. What do y'all think about that? You're muted, Ressa.
I see certain.
I'm a little. It's what you said. I'm hearing it, but it still comes off as a little ambiguous. So I need more context. Because the reason why is because anyone can take that anywhere.
Sure. No, that's what I'm asking. How do y'all take it?
But here's the problem. Because I'm gonna go to the masses. Because everybody can take things anywhere. There's no specific thing that needs to be harnessed or focused on, and therefore it's easy to disseminate. It's easy to deceive. It's easy to redirect. Well, this is how people who are capable, by the way, in everyday life are capable of doing things that could be monumental, but they get absolutely railroaded, shafted, and redirected over a check.
True. And go ahead.
No, I was just saying true.
I agree. What do you call it? The thing is that to each one of us, everything is going to be individual. So, like, I was just giving that, trying to get y'all's thoughts on that. But if I had to go into more detail on saying that, like, money is literally becoming less use, like with the rise of AI and the digital age and everything, money is becoming less important than your actual existence within the digital realm, bro, or at least less impactful. Not less important.
Money is not becoming less and less important. Money is being transformed. Money is being transformed into other things that people are not paying attention to.
Well, money is just a form of energy, bro. That's the reason why they say you go, like, you pay attention. Like, you go to work and you
money
give
is
your
not
energy.
Money is not energy blind.
Yes, it is.
Money is a social agreement, and it's a social agreement. It's all
but
it
there's
is.
an underlying energetic force, bro. That's why you go, you give your energy, and they give you money.
Was there an energy and an underlying force about trading beads before dollars came out?
Yes.
Yeah, living off of beans.
Yeah, look, exactly.
The beads meant something. The necklaces meant something. They were tangible things. Now you're talking about things that are not even they don't really have a value. It's to our own point of how we're the strongest and we got the most money, right? But people talk about we owe debt and everything, because literally it's even been explained by plenty of people who are in finance. The only reason why the dollar of the U.S. means so much is because of the people's belief in it, not because it actually has something.
That's the energy I'm talking about.
That's
I see it as like,
here's the funny part about that, blind. How strong is that when you have so many people who, more than ever since 2000, I want to say the early 2000s to now, have less belief in their very government, the very thing that brings up their thing, the status, than every time before.
So you're telling me that their belief in money has waned also?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we could face a dollar crisis because of it.
Well, I mean, I guess that's true, and it's collapsing the dollar. So, like, I don't know what your point is.
You guess?
I mean, okay, like, I concede that you're true, but that illustrates my point, because the belief wanes and the dollar collapses.
So if the dollar collapses because people do not believe in the very system that they are under,
then that illustrates you pull back the energy and the fucking things ceases
and it goes into what?
It's being transferred into influence at the moment.
And that influence brings forth what? Because that influence is under what?
I don't know what.
What? Where's the influence going? Under what? Come on, we're deep diving. Come on.
I don't know. I don't know what.
You don't know? Not you. I'm asking you to come up with it. It's deep. If the energy is being pulled away from the belief of its own country, the thing that is the belief of how the dollar came out to be, even though the most of that country, I'll say about our country, is already known now for sure that it is in debt to other nations. That belief that is being retracted is going into what?
The self?
Obsolescence? I don't fucking know.
Well, I'm happy that you're stated. This is the point that we should get down to. We should have a conversation about that.
Well,
where is it going?
Obsolete. It's becoming.
I think it should be a divestment
because energy has to go somewhere.
Yeah, it should be put into self. It should be put into self-reliance and the building of actual communities.
Yes, alignment with your world.
I like that. But the word that you use that I'm gonna hone on is that you said should, but where is it going?
In all honesty,
I think it is. I think it is. I think there's a trend of unintentional divestment from the system.
Yeah.
And COVID, ironically, they wanted a big power grab with COVID. And what they did was they showed people that they didn't need to have jobs or money in order to have meaningful relationships with their families. And they realized that going to work was a fucking scam and that they didn't need to do as much.
You know what that says, right? You know what that says, right? That says the thing that many people are already worried about right now. Because why? a lot of people have not felt comfortable enough of understanding that is a model, that's something that can be survived off of. And what you're basically expounding upon is socialism.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
that's just how you qualify it. That's just your qualifier.
Yeah.
That's not what it is.
Right. Yeah. The words don't like. I mean, that's a boogeyman.
Yeah.
What is that?
You say boogeyman. Show me the other nations that have thrived very well under it. And by the way, that thrived, that did not come out with a dictator.
Bro, all that shit's propaganda, bro. That's all propaganda.
Everywhere a country tries to divest from the corporatist system, the corporations install dictators and murder them all.
Shout out to fucking that dude in Iran that got smoked for trying to institute the gold dinar or whatever.
I'm not pie in the sky, though. I see that the corporations are recognizing that Americans are they're seeing their self-worth. And from the corporation's perspective, that's not how they would put it. They would say Americans are getting uppity and they don't know their place.
And
they're gonna try to remind us of our place. So what we're not gonna see first is strong communities and divestment from employment. We're gonna see whatever the corporate and banker reaction is to people pulling away from the job market. They're gonna want to remind us we need them more than they need us, even though the opposite is the truth.
I have a bit of a separate take on that, and that is because I think that the people who tend to see that they have value tend to be people who are sitting in these brackets. Number one, I'm not worried about the boomers. The boomers are getting to check out, but they are the ones still holding on to what they consider to be the value is. Xers, millennials are still trying to solidify what their value is. So there's a little bit of a market being pushed to them. A lot of people are not caring about Z and definitely not Alpha right now. So there's that. The other value is the same thing that got pushed out even when Biden, even when Trump came into office, which is about catering to people who are foreigners coming into this area for H-1B visas. The idea that value is to be something that is brought up and cultivated within the country is something that is dying. It's not died, but it is dying because everybody is thinking that the only way for the country to do better is if the country does not look like what the founders envisioned.
Man, you scare me sometimes, Resla, because like your words are like so educated and put together correctly, and everything you're saying is true. But it's just kind of disheartening because look, this is my perspective.
I'm here not to sugarcoat shit. I'm telling you just how I.
No, but you kind of toe the line for corporations in some regards that you don't even realize.
Because the reason why people are coming over here is for opportunities, but the only reason why they're getting those opportunities are due to the corporations.
But the thing is, look, that thing will never die. What you're talking about will never die, bro. Because what that is like the human instinct, that alignment from within oneself, within itself and its surroundings is necessary. That shit will never die.
Here's the reason why I say it, and it sounds very doom and gloom or whatever, is because people are not coming over here for a better life to turn around and say, well, I want to come over here. I just want to raise cattle and have my own farm or whatever. It's not the age of the gold rush where everybody's just now just moving over to the other side of the land. They're coming over to build a life off of structures that are already founded. And those founded structures are in the grasp of people who are already greedy.
That's partially, I partially agree with that, but they're not pursuing something; they're escaping something for the most part.
Not everybody who came here is escaping. Plenty of people who finesse their way under the guise of escaping. We know this as well.
What do you mean under the guise? Do
you think everyone who came here is under amnesty?
No, I'm not saying that.
A lot of the people who come here from poor countries are the richest people in those countries.
In those countries, but not everybody who came here was escaping. People came here because coming here is still better than everything they had there.
Because they don't have structure. They don't have structure.
Rest is right.
Go ahead.
On the one hand, it says something about a society when the people who built it and are born in it are looking to get out, and the masses are looking to get in, but at the same time, they're the masses. Like the Matrix, when the Matrix was perfect, it didn't fail. It worked for most people. There were just some people who kept trying to wake up. That's us. We don't break the Matrix. We just make it necessary to refine the code so that even more people stop trying to wake up. And the masses are buying into this corporate structure, not divesting from it. Right?
That's so true.
This looks to be our global future for the foreseeable future, unfortunately.
So, but like this is what a lot of my journey has been, bro. Is to exploring some of these concepts. Is it can an NPC be awakened? Is one question that I'll ask, bro. Because if so, then it's worth it to have these discussions out loud, right?
I don't think so.
So
go ahead. I think a main character can be caught in an NPC role, and you can free them from that. But I don't think NPCs can be turned into main characters.
Well, here's the thing about it, right? And now I'm going to think about it in a video game perspective, right? There are NPCs that become. So here's the thing: when you're running as a main character, right? Everybody around you is an NPC. But just like in a video game, you have to run across other key people in order for you to progress. And those key people are NPCs, but now they play a huger role. The main character, the MC, wind up influencing and shaping that said NPC to become more.
I agree with that. I think that's a pretty accurate description.
Because let's be honest, if you're playing a game where you've been running around on your feet for all the time, but now you understand there is a quest for now you to get a car or a horse or whatever, you have to now get to an NPC who has been a horse trainer, and now you have to interact with that NPC and shape them in a way to be able to give you that car or horse, therefore changing their lives as well.
That's what it's like trying to get resources out of the real world.
There you go.
You literally have to interact. You have to interact with NPCs who are actual gatekeepers and hold power.
It's just like Zelda.
He caught on immediately, and you never know. That might be your only way to influence and reshape NPCs, but they don't know because they're doing it. And this is why I run it like you don't know what you don't know. Sometimes, by the way, here's the truth of the matter: we are all talking as if we got the code or whatever, but the truth of the matter is like we might be waiting for someone else who's a main character to waken us.
Definitely.
That's true.
At the at the level where operations take place, we are the fucking NPCs. For sure. We're not even the gatekeepers. We're the guy that just comes up and says the same thing over again. Like, it's a good day outside today, my lord. And we just, 5 minutes later, isn't it beautiful today, my lord? That's us.
Well, and most people want to believe that they're main characters, but they're really NPCs.
I'm currently testing the boundaries of that exact thing, bro. I'm realizing that the shit can like shift. Like it's crazy, bro. Like if y'all ever, and I don't hope you don't mind wrestling me advertising myself, but just because of the sake of
I got a problem with it. Don't you dare do it. No, go ahead.
What do you call it? Just for the sake, because this is my shit. Like this is what I talk about every day. If y'all guys want to know anything more about my thoughts on it, y'all can visit my channel at The Blind Spot. But it's crazy because like look at Gatsby, a super fan in the chat. He's one of my super fans. But the fact that I'm not employed in a conventional way, bro, is like such a fucking huge deal to him. But he doesn't seem to understand. Go on, Vincent.
I'm just agreeing with you. I'm saying, I can tell it burns him.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to understand that, like I'm trying to bypass that, bro. I'm trying to bypass the survival mode, and if I can't, bro, then I will happily take my place and go get a job at Whataburger and live my life. Like if that don't exist, if there is no bypassing, you know what I mean, and I'll do that. But for right now, I'm on the journey.
We've said a lot. I'm gonna go dip. I'm gonna hear it because my Bluetooths are going off. Due diligence. You haven't said anything. What are your thoughts on? Because I think we kind of ran a little through shit. What your thoughts on everything we've been saying so far? I know you've been trying to chime in, but we've been really going in.
Yeah, I was letting y'all get after it, and it was good. No, y'all was getting it in. I was actually enjoying it, and I was trying to catch up because I just jumped in, and y'all been saying so much. So, I mean, I really don't have much to say. I don't disagree with either side. I think y'all both was making valid points as far as just like characters versus NPCs. I do agree that I think the irony in that is that most people are NPCs, but like Wrestler said, it's you don't know the difference. Like everybody can only live life through their eyes, and then through their eyes, they are the main character. But with the looking at the whole of things, right? You actually an NPC. You know what I'm saying? I think that's really, really profound whenever you think about it. Because whenever I talk to people, everybody is talking from the main player perspective because they like, oh, woe was me, woe was me, woe was me. But we all have our woes, you know what I mean? And I don't know if anybody's woes are bigger than anybody else's woe because to that person it feels like everything is 10. So and then like on the currency level, he was trying to say where is it going and what's it doing. I think we finna figure it out real quick because I think AI is gonna like, you know, eliminate a lot of jobs. You know what I'm saying? I think it's gonna create some jobs, but I don't think it's gonna create near as many as it's gonna eliminate. And we might need some type of social system. And it's not a negative thing. You know what I'm saying? I like Blum was saying, I think socialism has become demonized. You know what I'm saying? Socialism is not bad. A government that wants to take care of their people and like even out the board is seen as negative is just crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think that currency or money is going into different things like what Blonde said, influence. Also, Bitcoin is turning digital. Also is turning into a lot of different things is generating income nowadays. So yeah, and that's y'all was saying a lot. So those are just some comments that I could just throw out.
I mean, again, people jump on this whole idea of like socialism and all kind of stuff like that. And while I don't have anything against it, I don't have anything for it as well. Capitalism is the only system that I've ever been under. I do know, like in Russia, there are people who are living really well. I've seen plenty of blogs and documentaries on Russia, and they look like they're living pretty well. They do have a limit cap on wealth. And when I say limit cap, I mean like after you make a certain amount of money from your industry, that part, if it's really beneficial to the rest of society, it gets acquired. So
That's
you
the way
still
it should go.
so you still become, you're still the owner of that company or whatever, but now whatever additional profits goes to the government and it gets
That's the way
disseminated to
it
other
should
people.
be.
However, I don't know how well it works. I don't know. I've never lived in Russia, but that is the theory and how it's actually taken care of. I don't know the other bits and bobbles outside of that. And I just want to say, according to what Dude was saying in terms of people who believe that they're NPCs and or not NPC or main characters, and they're sitting there and they're going back and forth about them being main characters. I got the biggest woes.
But
hey,
you
I gotta go make
speaking
something
to like
I gotta go make something to grow, man. Salute to y'all. Shit, thanks for the combo.
peace. Hey, but you was talking about like the extra money getting taken away from these corporations and stuff like that. I see it as a tax, and I wouldn't be against capitalism. I'm not against capitalism, by the way. I just wish it was more transparent, right? Like I want to know where the tax dollars is going. You know what I'm saying? The fact that it's not transparent makes me feel some type of way. I know that the money is being mismanaged.
First of all, not just the mismanagement, which is also an issue. I don't think that people really.
Am I froze or are you froze? Is Resla? Am I froze?
He froze.
Oh, you froze, Res. I'm like, hold on.
I've been thinking I gotta come up with different words besides capitalism and socialism because people just shut down and don't listen. They don't even know what those words mean. And it's just a bunch of like stuff that they hate and they're scared of. And they get straight in their feelings and you can't even have a conversation.
Yeah.
But if you do mention, like, even if I talk about one single policy, right, then I don't say the word socialism, but I say something like, oil companies should share their revenue with the citizens of the place where they dig up the oil, or businesses should be co-owned, not simply by one person, but by the employees that work there too. They know enough to call that socialism and then to immediately shit on it. So I don't even know how to have the conversation with people. People just can't have it.
Yeah, I agree completely. They did a really great job of, demonizing socialism. And the thing and the thing is, these systems can work any type of way that we work them. So even though we saying socialism, like you can tweak it however you want it. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, and call it something else. You can call because then people will do this. If you tweak socialism in a way that one word is not in the definition of socialism, they'll say, well, it's not socialism. You got to call it something else. Well, that's fine. But the point is, we're talking about shared profits and being transparent and being a community type shit. You know what I'm saying? So whenever you get down,
What would you call it? If not socialism, what collectivism? Most of all, I think the most important part is how would exactly that would get disseminated across everyone? Because think about it, you were talking about a system where we have people who are doing really well, who are the movers and shakers within that country, to the people who are middle management, down to the average worker, and also down to the people who are poor. Because here's the funny part, when I was looking at that documentary, like there was rarely any, not to say there wasn't homeless people, but there were rarely anyone who was really destitute because of how the system was set up.
Yeah, I would. Universal basic income, something like that. I would just call that welfare. That exists in capitalism. Capitalism engages in massive amounts of wealth redistribution, not only in welfare but also in the opposite. It redistributes a whole shit ton of wealth from fucking workers up to the fucking owning class too. It just, that seems to be okay. We're okay with that. We just don't like it when poor folks get it. But like,
let me add to that.
This is weird.
Worker co-ops is actual socialism. That's fair. You can call that socialism, and I'm all for trying it. Why wouldn't anybody want to try it?
Well, I'm a little bit
hold on, Resler. Are you hearing what he's saying? Because we have a lot of socialist practices going on, but if we take those same practices and say we want to implement it on a wider scale under socialism, people fucking lose their mind. But what he's saying is we already practice it in a lot of different ways. Like I said, when you take the profits from a company and distribute it amongst other places, and capitalism, you call that taxes. In socialism, you call it socialism. You know what I'm saying? So
no, it's not. It's really not that simple. There is more that goes into socialism. My thing has always been this way. I don't have a problem with capitalism. My issue with capitalism is that we need to have regulated capitalism, not unregulated. I don't have a problem with a person who's making a shit ton of money. The question is, to what benefit does it go back to the actual country that is there? That's my problem. I don't think that a person should be sitting there making $8 billion, and it's like you can barely get by. Let's just be honest, $1 million.
This is my hurdle where I see it. There's a comment in the chat. It says, "In socialism, the establishment gets rich, the people remain stagnant or get poorer." That's literally capitalism. That's literally the system we have now.
For a
How
long
can
time,
I fucking get through to these people, Resla?
then for a long time under the European system, before like it really became
sure
over here.
Sure, I won't even argue with that.
That was considered capitalism.
That's not even my point, Resla. I'm saying right fucking now, this is what this motherfucker lives in. He just described America.
Right.
How am I going to get through to somebody who's talking like this?
Right. You making some excellent points. Excellent points. I agree completely. People are against stuff that they don't even understand that they're already under. It's just under a different name type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of euphemisms going around. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think people are afraid of the things. This is just human behavior. People are afraid of things they really don't understand because they've never seen it. Let's be honest. People could talk about what happens in other countries, but they never really experienced it, so they really can't say anything.
I'll be right back.
And my suggestion would be to have actual socialism, which is like public ownership over the means of production, to go alongside actual capitalism, which is private ownership of the means of production, and let the two coexist. And we kind of just experiment with both. And maybe one doesn't do better than the other. Maybe one defeats the other. Or maybe we just have both and people can just have another choice, which that seems to be as American as it can possibly be.
I think that we should, and I've said this for a long time. If we really want to be the nation of capitalists, I mean, like when I hear capitalism, I hear about also opportunity. You're an opportunistic person, so that means you're willing to try as many things that you want to make sure the things that don't work you're not really looking at because you've seen them fail, unless you test them on the very specific metrics. But also the things that you've seen being wildly successful, you want to adopt that. So, for instance, I don't understand why if you have a system, say like in Canada, a healthcare system where anyone can walk into a hospital and they can see treatment, that's not something we would implement here. You shouldn't have to worry about someone coming in and turning around, do you have insurance? Well, okay, if you have insurance, well, you don't have insurance? You have Medicaid? Like, it shouldn't matter if you have Medicaid or not. You should get that level of treatment to save your life, not to just keep you stable. And if you have something that you want to be able to do the egregious shit that some people that would be on the top levels do, I can pay myself to be on the higher donor list or whatever, or to be in a better room in a suite in the fucking West Wing of a fucking hospital. Sure, but that doesn't mean that you get better care than someone who walks in because they don't have insurance. The homeless person should be able to walk in and still get the same level of care as a person who's sitting at the mid. Now, if you're saying that you want to pay for more nurses or you want to have a fucking fatty party up in the West Wing with the nurses, you're going to have to pay for that. That didn't come out the government, though. I just think that there are things that within our system that we've seen work. And like, great example is this, right? I do not understand to this day, as long as I breathe right now, I do not understand how we could, and it's going to sound nasty, as a country, bomb Japan twice, help them rebuild, and they are technologically and more sustainable than we are. I don't get that. I do not get that.
I don't think that's true.
No, it is true. Look through Japan. They are way more technological and they are way more sustainable than we are. The laws that they have in place, the technology they have in place, the infrastructure they have in place, the way that their grids are set up. They have grids where, let's just say we're walking through Times Square. You walking on the floor, they have pressure grids that literally, for all your kinetic energy walking on those pressure grids, actually brings forth force to the actual electrical grid in order to save more in electricity. It generates by people just walking.
So
it's because
go ahead.
It's because life on planet Earth has been so difficult for our particular species. We're not really that predatorial. We work well in groups, but we had to create communities in order to achieve that power. And because of the difficulty of sustainability, we inherently seek homeostasis above change. So even if the conditions are bad, if they're good enough that we can survive, we're more comfortable staying in that than rocking the boat and changing it for something that could potentially be better.
I hate to say that, but you're only saying it for this nation. Because guess what? As a group, as a large group, Japan is already done differently.
But because they didn't have a choice, we blew up their old ways and they had to adopt new methods.
But they went ahead based on the technology that we gave them.
But they jumped into them.
Let me jump in.
They didn't start with 16 stones, and we gave it to them, and they went above. The same way how we adopted a lot of the Russian technology, and we went ahead of them.
I think that's a farce. There's no way that right now you're looking at the public technology, but the private technology or the technology that the government has And you know that we don't put out our technology as fast as the Asian countries do, right? They put out more technology faster, but that don't mean that we don't have it. That means that we just not putting it out, especially when you talk about military technology and technology that can, actually harm people and stuff like that. So it may look like that on the surface for the everyday people in the public, but as far as like technologically advanced, if you think Japan is more technologically advanced in a whole, then you're kidding yourself. But
if you're holding technology strictly to the military, then I hate to tell you this, because a lot of people who actually develop a lot of that technology are people who are actually foreign, who came to our country for actual fucking education.
Well, we're talking about Japan versus America being more technologically advanced.
In the infrastructure, they are. They're not. We don't implement it in our infrastructure here. And here's what I'm
But let me respond to that, because hold on, let me respond to that point, because you made that point.
Not just in infrastructure. I also said in sustainability, in being clean, in food, in energy. They are ahead.
But you're talking about they are 1% of America as far as like land wise. Like, it's more easier to make a place as big as Florida more sustainable and technologically advanced as a whole than to make something that's 100 times bigger.
We haven't adopted. We haven't adopted anything outside of ramen.
Yeah, and
we haven't gone further outside of ramen. By the way, and we didn't even invent ramen.
Man, you keep going. I'm trying to address the thing that you're putting forth, and you keep moving.
Please, first, just 2 sentences. The point I was trying to make earlier, I don't think got across. What I'm saying is that if Japan bombed us now, we wouldn't rebuild what we have. We would rebuild something according to like what they have, but even more advanced. And then 50 years from now, we would be ahead of them. That's the point I was trying to make.
And I agree with that. And I'm saying the infrastructure is better because whenever it's 1% of America, that's more easier to do. In order to get the infrastructure for all of America to be like that, that is like a 500-year plan. And people don't like to plan that far out and use that much money and resources directed towards one thing. It's not that we can't do it. It's just that's a big ass project.
I don't think that we can, because we've already shown that we have a problem just planning for things for 2 years.
Oh, that's crazy. Why would you? Come on, bro. If we can go to the fucking moon and shit like that, we can definitely build
that's highly under debate even now.
IamResla, you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that if we can do things like that
even now.
I wasn't being literal. I'm saying if we have the technology to do all these amazing things, we can do it. The fact that we don't, I don't know why, but one of my opinions is that it's a massive undertaking. It's a massive undertaking. That don't mean we shouldn't do it. And I agree with you that we should, but that don't mean we can't. You're saying that we can't.
We're afraid
we
of
absolutely
trying.
can.
We're afraid of trying.
Thank you, Denizen. Thank you. Because here's the thing. Why are we afraid of trying when we already know it exists?
Because shit is working the way it is now. Don't fix it. That's the thing. It's homeostasis.
I'm happy you said that, Denizen, because
can I add to that?
Because the premise for the U.S. is that if it's not broke, don't fix it. And the premise is opposite in Japan. They say if it ain't broken, keep working on it.
So, and another issue as of why is you got to think about who owns all the shit that's making shit work. The energy companies, the petroleum companies, the water companies, all these people, they're making, they're going to lobby against changing the infrastructure from what it is because they're making a killing. You got to be able to kill these giants.
I'm happy that you said that. But what you're also saying is that we're against innovation.
No, I'm not saying that we are against innovation. I'm saying we have some fucking tyrants out there that have monopoly on resources, and they don't want shit to change because they're profiting off of
innovation. We gotta worry about South Africans coming into our country and then create a whole new fucking missile fucking launches on our shit that's better than what we've been running since the fucking space age.
So to end, I do believe that we can do it. Will we do it is a different question. I know that we can do it, but we have some fucking tyrants that want to keep power. And to keep power, they want to keep
I keep seeing more people who understand how to get it done and do it than the people that are already here, which is why I say we stifle innovation here.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't think that we can't do it.
Listen, here's my thing. If we gave them the technology and they can make shit happen, then what? This is what this is the point that I made earlier. If we're a capitalist society, why can't we take the things that we already see that works and implement it in our society instead of just saying, well, we're just gonna let you keep it, even though it works. It could be beneficial here, but we're just gonna hold on to it. And I agree with you in saying that there are people who just want to hold on to whatever it be. But when I say like there are so many people like an Elon Musk who walk in here, and people from Africa and people from Europe who walk up in, people from China who walk up in here and make industries that we benefit off of, that we already knew we could have the fucking technology for because they already did it in their countries. It's like, motherfucker. Seriously? We could be doing better, but we choose to be still in the dirt and allow other people to be ahead of us.
They're not afraid of spending there either.
But here's the funny part about it. We have a problem spending too. On the wrong shit.
On the wrong shit, yeah.
And Resla, whenever you say we choose to be, where we are instead of doing the innovative stuff, I'm curious as to who you think this we is, because I guarantee you, if you ask the general public, the people like you, me, and everybody, they're going to want to do the innovative shit. The shit
we
that
are not the general public, too.
What's up?
Here's my thing.
I don't know if this is a thing for you, but we are not the general public right here.
Why you say that? What do you mean?
He's not wrong.
This panel is not. You are not an average motherfucker. Resla is not an average motherfucker.
Okay. But you don't agree that what I'm trying to say is you don't agree that most people, like when I say most, I'm talking about 60%, 70% would like a better infrastructure, like you said, would like these better technology, would like to get off of petroleum. Like I think the general public, you know what I'm saying, wants to get off of the bullshit and have a better infrastructure.
Yes and no. Let me just make my point a little bit more. So, because I think we're probably on the same page. You could get them to change their answer based on how you phrased it. So, do they want better? Sure. But they just don't know, and they do what they're told, and they want what they're told.
I love it. I love it. He says it like sales. A lot of people don't know. A lot of people are just browsing. They don't know what to buy until someone else puts it in front of them.
Do you remember what I was responding to? Because this was in reference to what Resla said, is that we want to stay stagnant. And I'm trying to figure out who the we is, because the people that I talk to, like you, Resla, and everybody else on the panel, I guarantee you, we want what's best for the country, and it's not the shit that we're on. You know what I mean?
And Dennis an answer. We're not average.
Never mind.
Yeah,
You get stuck on average, bro. I'm talking about the people like us, whether you call it average or not. Understand the point that I'm making. I'm asking you, who is the we? It's not. So let me just make the first.
It's the we in charge.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So because
they tell the masses what they want.
Exactly. So the we is not us, is what I'm trying to say. The we is the people that's already there, that's keeping it that way. It's not us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's also the masses too, which is the bigger problem.
Well, I think we should hold people accountable. That's for sure. That's our job, to hold people accountable and make them do what we want them to do. Because
I said this a long time ago. Because the only way we can make people do what we want to do. Wow, that was crazy. That was a lot.
French Revolution.
That was a lot in that sentence there. But the only thing that can happen is to, first of all, take away the rights of people who are stupid. I said one of the worst thing that ever happened is that we allow all the stupid people to vote.
That was bogus as hell. That was bogus.
115 or higher, maybe 115 or higher.
We allowed everyone. Doesn't matter. I said this, I say this the same way how I say about people in the online spaces, right? If there's a great conversation happening, right? If somebody came up and said, I really don't like due diligence, I'm gonna drop $20 to boo him on the panel. Doesn't matter how great the conversation was. Doesn't matter how much everybody was benefiting. The chat, the panel, the person who was going back and forth, you going back with me or Dennis. There was a great conversation. Anyone with $20 or whatever can drop you.
Completely destroy the conversation.
Doesn't mean that person was intelligent.
That's fair.
The same thing goes into our voting system.
So I'll give you a different option. I'll give you a
system
different.
doesn't even ask for the $20. The voting system is literally us up here having this conversation, and then some drunk motherfucker showing up in the back and just automatically being allowed on the panel, whether he pays or not.
You're
I
right.
think I would give this option instead of that, which I think that option is fair. But what about just being more transparent about voting and where money is going and things like that? I think that if we could see how everyone vote and how these things are getting tallied, because in my honest opinion, I don't trust the tally.
Yeah,
Why we can't see the tally? You know what I'm saying? Why we
yeah.
can't see it? Like, that's crazy for us to be in this, this system of democracy, but we can't see the votes. Once we just vote, we know who we voted for. You know what I'm saying? So they could change it to whatever they want to. How the fuck do we know?
I hear you,
So
but
I want. Well, hold
you
on. That's one.
asking that. Go ahead.
That's one. That's one point. And then also transparency in the tax money. We should be able to see that. We should be able to have a what's it called when you do a account on somebody?
Line
An
item.
audit. Yeah, we should be able to audit the government and see where the money is. I think if those two things change, I wouldn't have an issue with capitalism. And I think we should have a cap on profits and stuff like that. But those two things or those three things, and I think we'll be good because we will be able to hold people accountable. We would know.
Yeah, on a government level, I couldn't tell you what an audit, what a financial audit would look like. Here's my thing though, just dealing with people in general, right? Your average person, honestly, they're not that intuitive when it comes to, like, even if you let's be honest, I don't see this anymore. I know when I was growing up, you and I were growing up, Dennis was growing up, there was things that we used to see, right? Early in the morning, there was a specific channel maybe you had on cable TV, not when they only had like 4 or 5 channels, where literally you can go click on it with your remote and you can see the U.S. stock exchange. The majority of people are not on that. Even if they made shit transparent, the majority of people would not pay attention as to what was going on because first of all, most people are not taught financial literacy. So until we can get down to the basics, those other things don't matter. So it would still be the stupid that will be outnumbering you.
We would just be more angry because we would know how bad it is, and it would still be the same.
Correct. We will be more outraged.
I think that's absolutely not, because right now we don't know how much what do you call it when people doing like bad stuff? Corruption, right? Right now,
but we know it. It's there.
Hold on. I said we don't know how much corruption, right? But if it was transparent, they couldn't really do too much corruption, right? Because we could be all looking, just be like, yeah, we all voted for this type of person. Right now, we have no idea. So it would make a difference. Just
you missed what Resla saying. Most people don't care, and they're not even looking.
Well, first of all, the average person wouldn't.
No, he's talking about on the stock exchange.
The average person wouldn't be looking that enough because financial literacy is not something that would be brought up even early enough in the system still. But even afterwards, there would be plenty of people that would still be mad at these politicians, the lobbyists, whatever, because you know why? There are so many people who do not have businesses, so they wouldn't understand corporate loopholes.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the stock exchange. I'm talking about voting and taxes.
Well, the taxes come from what? People who end up skipping a lot of taxes go through tax loopholes, which the majority of people do not understand.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's not what I'm referring to. I heard what both of y'all saying. If you don't think that it would change a lot, y'all, I'll let y'all have it. But I know that it would. So let me ask you. Let me ask you this: would you rather?
It would change.
Let me just ask you a question.
It would change a lot if the current system, let's just say, without all the worry about immigrants coming in to make a whole new life, if the average citizen was taught that in order to really come up and make an actual financial difference in your life was to own a business. That's not what's taught. Then I would agree. It would be a different landscape. It would be a different landscape. But that's not the way it's taught up. That's not the way it's taught.
Let me ask you a question. Would you rather be able to see where the tax dollars is going or not?
Absolutely, I would like to see.
So would you rather, You the same too, Dennis? You would?
Yes, sir.
And what about voting? Would you like it to be transparent or not?
What do you mean by
Would you-
transparent?
For us to be able to see where all the votes are going.
Here's the sad part about it. That's the system that they try to put it for now.
I'm asking you specifically, would you rather it be transparent or not, the voting system?
That's the way it's trying to propagate it now, that it's transparent.
I'm asking you, would you prefer it to be transparent or not?
I'm telling you, as far as I can tell you right now, I'm telling you right now, as far as it's told right now that it is transparent. That's the problem.
Absolutely isn't.
Are you for that?
Are you for the voting system to be more transparent or not? Would you be for it or not, Denison?
What does it mean to be more transparent?
For us to be able to see the tally, let's say there's a digital board, right? And then whenever you put in a ballot, your name pops up under the candidate that you voted for. And
you want actual name, a scoreboard with names. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, tally the votes. Keep a tally. Would you rather it be transparent, the vote and tally, so we can see where the votes are going or not? Would you rather it be that or it be like it is now to where you can't have no idea?
Okay, so I'm a bit back and forth on it. Yes, I will. Yeah, no, I am
crazy.
No, I am. Because here's the thing. I'm very much about confidentiality.
So you can't give a yes or no question. I mean, you can't give a yes or no answer. Straightforward.
I don't think that everybody should be in your. I don't think everybody should be in your business because why? I've already seen how human beings behave when they come to being in your business.
So fine. So you're saying that you rather it stay the way that it is. That's your answer.
I mean, if that's the way you want to take it, cool.
Oh my God, this is too complicated for nothing.
It's not too complicated. I mean, for those that see, if you want to believe that the world is totally honest, then you can believe that, but it's not.
No, never shit. That's my point. That's the point that I'm making. This is the point.
It never has been.
All I'm asking. Please.
Can I try to build a little consensus?
Please.
So let's say every voter got a number and they were sequential, but only the voter knew the number. The government didn't. Nobody else did.
I would be fine with that.
And then they just literally tallied up paper votes. None of this weird shit.
I'd be fine with
that. The numbers would have to be sequential in order to be valid.
That number, I'd be fine with that. But names being up there, it's too much. It's too much for privacy.
I wouldn't mind. So thank you, Denison. So we all agree that we want more transparency in the voting system, and we would like the taxes to be more transparent.
I don't want more transparent. I just want it to be transparent. I just don't want dead people voting.
Fine. So those are the points that I was just making, and I if you would rather have it that way, then you would. That implies that you think that it would be better. You know what I'm saying, and not worse. You feel me? That's all that I was saying.
Yeah.
Well, the point that I'm stating, Denison, is that I would not be comfortable with names on board because the same way how we say we don't go for retaliation, people do retaliate.
Right? Yeah, I don't want people who know who I vote for either. Yeah, but if I had a number, like a social security number,
while it's fine with you, for that, I know there are too many fucking crazy people out there that will do the wrong thing. I agree with Denison. If there's a special number, like a card, like whatever your ID number, whatever, sure, because not people are gonna look that up. But even your social security number, it links to too much shit. Like it needs to be a very
a separate number, like a social security number.
I'm okay with.
I think if you scared to stand on your vote, then you shouldn't have a vote. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you even voting? Because I can't understand what I'm saying.
Evil motherfuckers control everything.
This is why I
understand what I'm saying.
I understand that there's a line, but
can I understand what I'm saying?
Over the line and under the line.
So you'll be okay from taking votes from dumb motherfuckers, but you would be too scared to show your vote that you even voted for a particular motherfucker. That's crazy.
No. See, that's where you already got shit fucked up. I think there should be a qualification, whether it's an exam or you own property or whatever, to be able to fucking vote. You need to have some stake in your fucking vote. Not just any fucking idiot off the fucking street can just fucking vote. You need to have some stake in your fucking country.
Yeah, you said I got it fucked up, but I literally just said take the vote away from dumb people, and you just reiterated
And
what
I said that dumb people should not be able to vote. You should have a stake in your country, whether you own property or whatever.
But you acting like if I said, you said that's where you got it fucked up, and then literally just said the same thing that I said. So I didn't have it fucked up. So anyway, that's fine. If you don't want your vote to be viewed, that's fine with me. I don't care. I'm just saying that I wouldn't care. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think
I don't care. I'm
damn, why can't I finish saying what I'm saying? You keep spazzing out.
That was your proposal.
No, I asked you a question. I said I would prefer it like this, and then I asked you guys, would you prefer it like this? And you both said yeah, but with more with not all the way transparent. You said you would like the tally to be transparent, but not your name, and that's fair. And I'm saying that's fine. I would be totally transparent, and you can see my name. If you guys disagree with that, I can see why. That's fine with me. I don't have an issue with it. I'm just saying that me myself, I wouldn't have an issue.
Could you answer Gatsby's question? You said, what about the current voting system is not transparent?
I just gave a whole diatribe of how it's not, and you agreed to it as far as this.
No. This is what
answer the fucking question, rest and quit. Every time I talk.
Pause, Negro. Gatsby asked. You have not clarified. You gave us a whole bunch of scenarios as to how we would like things. You have not clarified as to how it's not actually transparent. Answer his question.
So, my explanation of how it could be more transparent, I said that right now the tally system, you cannot see what votes go where. All we know is they have a bar that's going up and say this percentage is this, that. But I'm saying that your vote is attached to you and the person that you voted for, so we can see. I explained that. He must not be listening, and you must not be listening either to even bring it up.
He didn't, Gatsby, but I got you.
If you're not, this is like the capitalism socialism thing to me. If you don't see how our current system is being corrupted, I don't know how to talk to you. I don't know how to answer that question.
Because what I said was like, how do we know it's not actually being transparent? And I said, just outside the fact that I just wouldn't like dead people to be fucking voting. So that's my point. Is like, I don't know if it's not. I don't know if
dead people are voting, right?
I know that dead people fucking vote, and that's a problem.
Exactly.
Not only dead people, illegal immigrants votes. People might get two votes. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what all the corruption is, and I'm saying this thing that I'm proposing will help that, at least minimize.
Okay, let me try to bridge the gap again. Maybe it is transparent, right? And we can see the corruption right in our fucking face, and we're not just worried about transparency; we're worried about the corruption. Correct. So we're trying to make the voting less corrupt. Because I can easily go on a website and look up and see that dead people are voting. So technically, that's transparent, right? You know what I'm saying? The corruption is right in your face.
Yeah, on that part, I agree with you on that part, and that goes with, you know what I'm saying? That goes without saying. Like, of course, we don't want dead people voting. But me myself, I want you guys may not want more transparency, but I want more transparency. And if you disagree with that, that's fine with me. But transparency will help minimize corruption too.
I just don't want violent, thuggish people to be able to control elections because they know exactly the name and address of the people they got to go either delete or what's the word I'm looking for? Intimidate.
What do you mean by thuggish people? Do you mean the FBI? Do you mean do you mean they?
Good point.
Yeah. You gonna be ATF? Are you talking about the hoodoos on the street? Are you talking about the mafia? Like who exactly do you mean?
That's a good point. Not just politically driven Americans, but the freaking government too.
Yeah, and they already got all that information because if anybody knows who voting for who, the government knows. We don't know. That's the thing.
Well, they know how you
this
register.
is why I was stopping in the beginning of like, honestly, if I voted for a particular person that someone else don't know, and I live in the same neighborhood or in the same borough, and they see my name on the tally, which is why I was like with Denizen, like, hey, I don't want my name up there. Like, I don't need you coming to me because you know who I am. Like, oh, you voted for that person? Yo, we gon' to his house tonight.
Yeah.
They do know how you register, but they don't technically know how you voted. If you use your ballot, then one could argue that they're tracing those and we don't know about it. But if you're just walking off the street and hit one of those machines, they literally don't know who's voting for who.
Which was the
now that they stopped using the IDs, before they was using the IDs, but now some states don't require that. Then yeah, but used to when you used to have to use your ID, yes.
But that was the purpose of going into the ballot box so that it would be anonymous.
Right, you show your ID to the precinct captain. It's not linked to the machine.
Correct.
I'm not sure. I've never voted before, but I believe you.
Oh shit! Damn. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't.
So regardless of what you register as, when you walk into that ballot box, you choose whatever you choose. You're secluded.
Right.
No one knows.
Right, and they most places they don't even ask for ID, but in the places where they do, it's just so you can, it's just so you can be in the room. Then once you're in the room, you go behind that curtain. No one can see shit.
And then so they say that's the reason, so it won't be no retaliatory issues going on. But it also could be so they could tilt the election how they want to do it. So that's up in the air for me. That's up in the air for me.
Well, I mean,
machines make it easier.
Well, that's been the issue between quote paper ballots versus trying to make things digital. That's been always been the issue of corruption versus. This is why the whole stuff in the ballot box with false ballots. There you go. False ballots. It's always been a problem. We'll make it all digital. Well, digital doesn't really solve that. I always think about what's the movie with Robin Williams. The only reason why he won, he's a comedian who became a president just because of a typo spelling, which is why we have a problem with technology. It's not perfect as well. Like paper ballots are nice, but let's be honest. If paper ballots go to a specific house or that decides that they want to decide how many ballots they want to accept, like it's a very tough system. It's a very tough because what we're really banking on at the end of the day is integrity.
Exactly. At the end of the day, it's people because we know we have corrupt counties, corrupt officials. So, at the end of the day, if you have paper ballot and you have a corrupt county, they're going to manipulate it however they want to manipulate it if they want to. And that's just reality.
And this is the reason why there's so many false paper ballots or, as you say, illegal immigrants or even dead people voting. Like, because our system is just fraught with people who just don't have any integrity, and they'll go along with everything because a lot of people are just trying to survive.
No.
Which is why, like, when you say if we can have transparency, I'm like, even if we had transparency, which I am for, how we have that transparency is very important because we still have too many people who are just so believing in the system and believing that their entire life stake hinges on who the fuck is at the top, even though they don't go on fucking general elections, but they'll worry about they don't have to go on local elections, but they worry about the general election. And they're like, because the general election, if you voted, I'm coming for you, dude. I'm coming for you. But they didn't vote all the way up to get that person there. Like, no, I'm sorry. I can't trust those people.
I don't trust that narrative, right? Because people already. I'm not saying that people don't get on to people about who they vote now, because people are out front with how they vote. A lot of people are, and you don't see a lot of violence towards that now. And I think if it was that way, more transparent to where you would have to be accountable for your vote. I don't see it being that a lot of violence. You know what I'm saying? If you guys do that's fair, but me, I don't want to accept that narrative, and I don't believe that that's true.
I don't know, because here's the truth of the matter: like our viewpoints, our areas, our communities can be very different, right? For instance,
Yeah.
like you live in a different area where people might see things a little bit differently, but also even within those communities, there are families who may not see the same. Wife might be different from husband. Kids might be different from their parents. So there's a lot of stuff that really does come into place.
And we deal with that right now on every. Go ahead, Dennison.
Chappelle has a joke about that, where like black people and white people are different when it comes to talking about who they voted for, and black friends and white friends could be having a conversation about politics, and all of a sudden the black guy will say who he voted for, and the white guy will go, "Hey, come on now, let's not get so personal." And then right after that, so anyways, I was talking about fucking my wife in the ass the other night, and
no, for sure. For sure. I mean, but to y'all's point though, I think those things already occur. I think a lot of Americans, I would say more than half, aren't really afraid to say who they voted for. I think that, you know, anyway, you guys disagree, so I don't necessarily want to go down that route.
I think it's depending on where you live, because honestly, I've seen how conservative families move and how they get into arguments over things, and I also seen how liberal families move when it comes to things. So I've seen like, as much as I don't understand, I do understand it, but I'm like, I thought blood was thicker than anything else, and I'm seeing families break apart due to politics. So that's why I'm like, I know I can't really agree with it because I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen brothers and sisters not talk to each other over politics. 4 years someone's going to be in office, maybe 8 if they're lucky. I've seen it happen.
I mean, seriously, I'm over here trying to talk about fucking my wife in the ass, and this guy's getting personal.
Right. And I think that's fair, man. Like Trump. People talk about Trump and all this type of stuff, and like, I think that I would want to know him and the way that he's presenting himself to the public, rather than him be like Obama and act like he ain't got no flaws. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what type of person I'm dealing with. And that's even in my personal life too. I don't want to deal with a sneaky motherfucker that's in my face acting like he like me, but then voting for a racist person, but being sneaky in my face, or voting against my interests, but he my friend acting. You know what I'm saying? So I would rather have that transparency in my life.
I agree with you, but at the same time, I like, for a lot of people, what's going on, Pedro?
That's backwards though.
But I will say, like, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, Obama didn't have flaws.
Bro, you don't talk about who you voted for, bro. Come on.
If you don't talk about who you're voting for, that's when he's going to be upfront about how he doesn't like the guy you voted for. If you tell him and he knows, that's when he's going to keep it to himself and not tell you how he really feels.
I mean, you can look at it like that also, but a person who's overt on who he voted for can kind of let you know what his personality type is, and then you should be able to fuck with him accordingly, be his friend accordingly.
I love that you say that, because a lot of ways how I'm looking at it and saying, like, the fact that people say like Obama didn't have flaws. Well, first of all, no one can actually know what the fuck what Obama was about, because he was so young. He came in as a senator. He had no experience. And by the way, the only reason why I'm really gonna run with the fact that, yeah, Obama can have no experience, because quite frankly, that's also part of our Constitution. It's also the right that he hasn't given a vote, but also with very little experience, this is how we got Clinton.
I wasn't saying that he literally didn't have any flaws. I'm saying that people praise Obama because, you know, he never was within no scandal. He never like got upset. He never talked derogatory. He said things always politically correct. You know what I'm saying? And people like that will rock you to sleep. You feel me? Which I believe that he did.
I hear
and people like Trump, you got a better idea of their personality type because they're so blunt. You feel me? And I would rather have that than the other.
I hear you, but we also had plenty of other presidents who didn't have any scandals. A lot of people didn't like them, or a lot of people loved them. I mean, a lot of people felt that way about Reagan. A lot of people felt that way about our first Bush. not our second Bush. Jesus Christ. A lot of people felt that way about a lot of different things. There were presidents who didn't have scandals and people still felt a way about it. So it's not like, and I know like a lot of people look at things within their lifetime, but I study like how people behaved in previous lifetimes. There are like, so we have to look at those things. Not every president has been appalling. It just so happens that sexualism and all kind of other stuff going on has happened within our lifetime. Because quite frankly, we live in a different time than those times. By the way, we're also living in a time where everything is accessible. Social media, they didn't have that.
Yeah, I made that comment in the context of voting, being private versus public, right? To a candidate that you would disagree with and you have a friend. So that's what I was saying. Like,
you have to agree with the fact that it is harder now to stay private than ever before.
Sure, Resla. Sure.
And we're losing respect for privacy. It's becoming arcane.
There you go.
Like new people are like, privacy is lame.
I knew we were already disrespecting privacy the moment I realized people were doing sleep streams.
Right.
That was the last straw for you.
That was the last straw for me, man. It was done. OVAH, over.
I think the Patriot Act is what done it for me.
Now, the first Patriot Act, when it was called the Victory Act, or
the thing about the Patriot Act is that when it happened, I could make some discernment as to what was going on and have a bit of a determination about what I was going to do, but I really didn't understand the extent of it because it was them spying on us. It wasn't us freely just doing shit, giving up our shit. That's why I said the sleep stream. I was like, oh shit, we picking our ass in our sleep and snoring and wiping our faces after we fin picking our ass and everything. I'm like, oh, it's over. It's over.
I found out about Echelon in the Clinton era.
So you may know this better than me. You asked a question, and I want you to clear it up because you may know this better than me, Dennison. But I'm talking about how when Edward Snowden came out, with the evidence of the government spying on us, was that not through the Patriot Act? Did I mess that up?
So what it is Edward Snowden came out and said what we had been doing all along, even before we created a legal framework for it. So for some of us, even before the Patriot Act, we knew they were doing that shit. And that's how we knew. Yeah, and that's how we knew they didn't care about our privacy. Then they made efforts to create a legal framework, right, to cover their asses and to stay out of prison. That's what the Victory Act was, the Military Commissions Act, the Patriot Act. That's what those were. Those were post hoc.
Can we just be honest? Edward Snowden.
That's whenever I became first aware of it.
Get away and run away for so long.
The extent of
and then I realized like a lot of people.
I'm sorry.
A lot of people who weren't into that nerdy shit, like Edward Snowden was their first introduction to what was really going on,
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like we already had whistleblowers. They already existed. The Patriot Act was kind of already still in place, but no one was able to get away with it though. Get away the way how Snowden did. Like he was literally like, let's be honest. When Snowden did it, we already had a movie that was literally like, what was it? What was the Will Smith movie? Enemy of the State.
Watergate. Oh, Enemy of the State. Yeah.
And that meant something. We were like, holy shit! Pretty much, Edward Snowden is Enemy of the State. The nigga, he's running for his life.
Resla keeps saying that the sneak streams is how he became aware. And now he's talking about Will Smith's movie Enemy of the State.
No, but we never heard of someone having within the country running for their life to get out the country.
Yeah.
We never heard that.
When I realized that, like, I read the Kalia Act, first of all, and that basically says it's illegal to keep things private from the government. Essentially, all manufacturers have to build in backdoors for the CIA and the NSA. Otherwise, you're in violation of federal law. And then you've got the FCC regulation.
Dennison, hold on. About when was that implemented?
You
don't have to be.
Yeah. Double check my facts, but if I recall correctly, between 1978 and 1984, various acts came out starting with the Telecommunications Act.
He might be right.
Somewhere in
He
that
might be
time
right
frame,
that this is the thing that Facebook got really hit for, and there was a big fight about it for so long. He might be right about that because it was right around that time.
No, I was just wondering.
and keep in mind these infrastructures were built in the 40s when we created the national security state. It started to become like public knowledge in the 60s and 70s, so they post hoc created the legal framework to cover their asses so that they wouldn't end up in federal prison for violating the Constitution and various other federal laws. Now, they're still in violation, but they have the legalese and the framework to make it so that they're not. Congress passed it, the president signed it, the Supreme Court hasn't done anything about it yet. But also, the FCC has regulations which puts physical identifiers on every communication device that comes out of the United States and Canada, and Asia is not allowed to import devices without implementing those regulations. So anything you have that takes a battery or turns on has a physical identifier that can be remotely located by the government. And last but not least, the NSA installed physical phone switches at every single major telecommunications company so that all of our calls and emails always relay through an NSA device, whether they're actively listening or not. That's just how it is.
So, I think we all had an idea that, the government was, listening in. Big Brother, the concept of Big Brother has been around since Orwell. You know what I'm saying? Before that, but I mean like the concept, the recent concept. But it didn't become to the forefront to me till Edward Snowden. But I want to tell y'all an instance to where it became real for me back in like 2008, right? 2008, I got locked up in the county on like some tickets and shit, and my cellie, I got a cellie, and he came in and he got rounded up in an indictment because he was messing around some cartel guys. So his paperwork, he kept trying to get me to read his paperwork, and I didn't want to read it because this shit was like thick as a fucking phone book. I'm like, no, bro, I don't. No, I'm like, I believe you. He's like, no, you need to read it. He's like, because I want your perspective on it too. I'm like, no. So after like 5 days of him just reading it to me, and he could barely. I said, fuck, I'll read the shit. So I read the shit, and in the paperwork, it was the detective going to the judge to get a warrant for a phone to listen, to get a bug on his cell phone, and the type of warrant that he asked for was that so that they could listen whether the phone was in use or not. And that was in 2008. And that right there became a realization to me that everybody is a potential snitch, whether they knew it or not. I got to read it, you know what I'm saying, in the official paperwork. So it was suspected then. We all suspected it. But whenever I read it on somebody's documentation well, you can have your phone on the side of you, not even in use, in 2008, and a motherfucker could still be listening, that's when it became real to me. Sorry, that was long-winded.
You know what's cool is with the advent of like wireless phones and that, you can drive around listening to people's conversations.
I mean, let's be honest, it's gotten easier over time because at least before they had to get in your room to wiretap. Now they don't even need to.
Nope.
Yep. So I'll get at you guys later. Peace.
Peace.
All right, dude. Yeah,
I can sit outside your house with a Linux laptop and listen to your phone calls. Not only that, but depending on how much, like if you just take your router out of the box and plug it in, then I can get your router to cough up your password to me in like 10, 15 minutes. And now I'm on your network.
I've seen that. Listen, to the point where I don't understand why people think that they're so secure, because I've seen people literally hot wire push button cars because of the key fob using antennas. Your shit's in your house. It's because you don't have a Faraday cage in your house. They use an antenna.
Right.
They start your fucking car, go right into your car, and fucking drive off with it. And I'm like,
security is It's an illusion that keeps good people from doing shit out of places they're not supposed to be. It doesn't stop criminals.
I say if you really want to be secure, you cannot be an honest person.
Because you're gonna know how.
I think about it like
criminals like me think. Your audio cut out for some reason.
I'm sorry, I do this every time. Who's the guy who chases after Hannibal Lecter?
William.
I forget his name every time. But in order to catch a criminal, you gotta think like one. If you really want to keep yourself safe, you gotta think like a criminal. You have to. You gotta be a little sadistic in order to keep yourself fucking sane. In order to keep yourself safe.
William Graham.
Yeah, Graham. There you go. You gotta be a little sadistic in order to keep yourself fucking safe. Because if not, you're literally just a sheep waiting to get slaughtered. A lot of people don't get that.
I relive it. Being in IT, it's like it's a reoccurring thing. Every time something gets serious with a girl, and the relationship's progressing, we go through that period where it's like, we need to have a conversation about your passwords. Like when she starts sharing information with you and letting you know, and I'm like, hey baby, I need to get in your phone real quick, and her password's 11111.
I say do not fuck with anyone you're working with in IT. Wait, you mess with who? Like, no one I figured out, like, you talk to who? She's a pen tester.
About to pen test that ass.
That's a fact. I'm like, come on now. What are you thinking? You didn't think, damn, God, you wouldn't think about your job at all.
Dan, can you set up my new laptop for me? Here's my email. Here's my password. Password is like the dog's name.
Oh, how do you get into it? I came to the login. Oh, here, just take my thumb drive. It's all good. Like, the fuck? What are you doing? And I never got that. I'm like, oh, well, we're friends. Like, no, we're acquaintances. We're friendly. No, don't get it twisted. It's not happening that way. And it be like that. And I know people like to, they want to do this and they want to manipulate. No, I'll never do this. Don't ever think what someone won't do. It's the same way how, as much as I don't like to say it, it's the same way how people say for like married couples, right? You don't really know the person you're with until you divorce them. You really don't know who the fuck that is. Because you haven't seen their worst side. And you will find out then, and you will be astonished. So I'm like, honestly, it's the same way. You really don't know who you're messing with. It doesn't matter how long you've been sipping Mai Tais with each other, how many vacations you go on, and how many pictures you got posted on your social media. You really don't know them. At least, let me say it this way. Even if somehow you manage to meet somebody and they happen to be an actual assassin, you still don't know them. The only thing you really know is that you can't afford to be the one at fault. Let me just put it that way. Outside of that, it is what it is. You take whatever gambles that you have. You said, damn, y'all cooking. I mean, we've been talking about a couple of things. Sean just walked into the building. What's going on? People have always been complicated, and I think this is part of the thing that we talk about for a while. The original conversation that we were having, we were talking about this, Denizen. I was actually going on about tipping, and I think tipping is a cultural thing that happens in the West. That's a really bad thing, and how so many companies are trying to get away from the aspect of taking ownership of it and leaving it up to the customer and the worker. And I'm like, I don't like this, because I said, if you look at every other business outside of food and beverage, everyone gets paid a fair wage. Get paid a wage. Whether it's fair or not is subjective.
And that stems from, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but it comes from slavery. It comes from
emancipated workers. And before they started giving slaves wages, they just gave them jobs and said you can keep whatever money anybody throws at you. And that was heavily, in the service industry, right? Because those people who were indentured servitude or in slavery, when they got emancipated, they stayed in the same jobs for the most part, right? They just had to be able to legally earn a living. And rather than
and they got that from the Arab culture, who also taught them that in slavery and indentured servitude. He's not, listen, Dennis is not wrong. I didn't want to mention it though. See, I'm happy you said it, because if I mention it, oh, it's a black
but here's
guy.
another black guy crying about slavery again.
I'm happy you said it, because I went through a whole diatribe and I did not mention slavery, and I knew it was in there. I knew it.
And then it got, federalized, because obviously the restaurants and the hotels and all that, they're going to take any opportunity they can not to pay motherfuckers. They don't care what color you are. And to be fair, most of those people, well, not most, I shouldn't say most, but some of those people were just Irish people, right? Who came over here.
Con Shonery said indentured servitude is not slavery. Well, first of all, indentured servitude is a form of slavery. I understand it's a contract that people agreed to, but quite frankly, a lot of people who got put into indentured servitude initially were people who had their lands conquered. Those conquered people, in order to be able to inherit their slavery, got put into contracts. The same way how a lot of people in the Roman era, right, became people who worked as indentured servants, and those who really wanted to earn a little bit more risked their lives in the Colosseum. They were also considered people to be conquered. So yes, they couldn't just walk away, and they had to be doing something. So yes, they were slaves because they were treated how they were treated. You say it's a contract, it's not the same. Let's be honest. If they didn't sign a contract, they would die. They could be ex-nayed. A lot of people sign contracts just to prove that they were not going to be a problem with the rebellion. Because just because you were conquered, you wouldn't just be let go to just do whatever you're going to do. Because the same way how a lot of people conquer other nations, even if they conquer other kings' families, they wouldn't just leave the sons because they will be afraid that the sons will do retaliation against that nation. This is why a lot of nations, when they lost the war, they gave their sons. Here's a great example of that. Now that I'm thinking about it. Game of Thrones. Who's the Greyjoy who got his dick cut off? But they lost whoever the Greyjoy is. They lost to the Starks, and as a way of truce, they gave his son over to the Starks. That's the way it was for some places. It was a leverage thing. So was he a slave? He wasn't treated as one, but don't think he wasn't a bargaining chip. And this is also how a lot of places and a lot of areas also put up indentured servitude. By the way, a lot of indentured servants didn't have any skills. So they weren't former teachers or whatever. They were given skills to be respected, which is why when they left, they walked away. Hey, I teach this and I teach that. When I'm free, I can do something with myself. But it was what it was. They could be treated harshly, but it was up to the owners to make sure that they kept them alive and treated them with a little bit of decency. But don't think that every indentured servant, by the way, was treated with respect, because we can still look at Saudi Arabia now for people who are still signing contracts. Are they treated the same way? I saw a recent one as a housekeeper who was hanging on the outside of a window and she fell to her death. The person did not care. She was like, "What are you doing? Pull yourself up." She's like, "I can't, help me, please." She said, "Pull yourself up. You got yourself out there, right?" By the way, it was a ceiling to floor fucking window, and the woman's hanging by her fingertips. This woman let her fall to her death. Indentured servitude, by the way. Don't think that they're all treated well.
No one said it was chattel slavery.
No one said that.
Yeah, it's a straw man argument. What I said is that slaves and indentured servants weren't paid for what they did, and when they were freed and it was made illegal to keep them as slaves, they didn't start getting paid. They kept the same jobs but didn't get a salary, and that's where tipping comes from originally.
That is what you said. Some were even given family name. I agree. I'm not taking that away. I agree. I think a lot of
They just weren't given a salary.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have a lot of modern concepts as to what indentured servitude was. By the way, indentured servitude has been around. The first people who I learned about that really brought up the concept of indentured servitude. Some people might say it is the Egyptians. I don't really know them for doing so. They just took up straight up slaves. The people who I know who first started putting up indentured servitude, not to say that I know any better, but the first people who I know are Persians. Persians were the ones who did it. Not that they treated everybody great, but those who they did, it all depended on the class and the wealth of the people that were there. There were plenty of people who were in servitude who were not treated well, who did not get skills, who were literally treated like slaves. And there were those who were, so long as you didn't die and you weren't disabled because of abuse, you were kept. By the way, there were people who were also indentured servants who became sex slaves. Does that mean that they were treated well and they gained some skills outside of getting plowed or being forced as guys to also have sex? Oh, you don't feel like getting your nut up? You don't feel like getting your dick up? We might have to do something about that. You might catch lashes, or God knows whatever else because you couldn't get hard. But this is indentured servitude, right? Let's not just be like, let's not just pretend like you were just a waiter or a butler. I think that's what people think sometimes, then, as in like people are just like they were waiters or butlers or teachers, and that was considered to be indentured servitude. And it wasn't. There were multiple aspects. The fact that the contract is a contract. You were there for a certain amount of time. And by the way, there were people who were indentured servants, not because they were even conquered. It's because they committed crimes. And because they were committed crimes, rather than going to jail and breaking rocks or whatever, they were given leeway by being purchased. That's how they became an indentured service. They were purchased. Their time, their sentence was purchased.
And you could sell their labor.
There you go. I don't think a lot of people really dive into that. I don't know what people are really judging the basis of indentured servitude in what. There were so many different variations of it. Because you can see it within Roman times, you can see it within Persian times, you can see it in some other aspects of the Middle East. But they were all owned at the end of the day. And
yeah, I just attacked your village. I took all your shit. I killed most of the men and stole most of the women. Now, would you like to come work for my family for free for 7 years, or would you like me to cut your guts out right here? Oh, yeah, sure. No, I'll take the contract for 7 years. Oh, well, you did it so willingly. There you go. You agreed to it. You're not a slave.
Might have to even change your name, but you lived.
And I'm going to sell your services to my neighbor, too. But you're not a slave. You can get out of the contract. Just, take it to court. By the way, my uncle's the judge.
But I love this, too. Technically, not wrong. Because when you give up your time for resources, for stability, they're not technically wrong. Now, the reason why I say they're not technically wrong when they say you give a promissory note, which is basically employment, you're signing a contract that you're going to work for this person. It's not wrong. I'm signing a contract so I can work for this company so I can get compensation to do a particular thing. Now, there are some companies that even go a little bit further, which is the problem that I have in this day and age. That they will say, well, what you do outside, cops do this, firefighters do this, and even now corporations are doing this. Whatever you do outside reflects the company. So therefore, I now control you when you're outside the company. What you do, we don't like it. We will forfeit the way that you make a living and be able to take care of yourself and possibly even your family. In fact, they will encourage you to start a family just so they know they can have more leverage over you.
And if I'm paying you, it becomes my time. So now you don't just get to decide what you do or how you do it. I can make you do this guy's job, that guy's job. And if you don't like it, I can fire you.
Well, this is why they say, this is what your competency profile is. And then like in the nice little bottom, they say task as assigned.
Yes. Oh, shit.
That's how they get you. So yes, even to this day, people don't want to look at it, but you are indentured servants. Now, you have a little bit more freedom of being able to say no and leave. But when you leave, you got to figure that shit out.
Yeah.
Because back then, if you left and tried to figure it out, you were literally Aladdin. You were a street rat. Good luck to you. Because that house that you lived under, gone. That was paid for by your master.
Yep.
Those clothes that you had, yeah, paid for by your master.
Clothes.
Again,
peasant girl,
hey, Khan, how are we full of shit?
The barn keeper's daughter that you snuck in with and, got a little wet finger.
I love that you say that we're full of shit. Explain how we're full of shit. Because
yes,
correct. We see to this day.
He's saying everyone forced to work in order to ensure the survival as an indentured servant. Yes.
Yes.
Welcome to reality.
Yes. Thank you for knowing that. Thank you for knowing what we already know.
Correct.
Thank you for knowing what we already know. What I already stated well ahead of time when I said motherfuckers were conquered.
And why does it sound stupid? It sounds stupid because now you've realized you're a slave. That's why it sounds stupid.
And that's crazy.
It can't possibly be true. I'm Khan Shawnery. I own my own destiny. I'm in charge of myself.
I mentioned as early as fucking Persia. I mentioned even parts of Egypt. I even mentioned Rome did it. Wow. When you think that literally these areas that conquered other places, that we got it wrong? After I already stated it? But I'm the stupid one. Houseway. Ow. Houseway. You thought everybody that was being put under indentured servitude was just now treated well? They were treated better than everybody. No lashes, no nothing. They were just good. Treated with respect. Absolutely not. Wait, Bear. I'm not.
Yes, by starvation.
I'm not putting this on you, but if you think that, here's another thing. Not that I'm putting it on you, but just a question: Are we thinking like indentured servitude were not forced to work? Like, not saying that you said that, Bear, but like indentured servitude were forced to work. I think we forget the second part of that term, servitude. You don't really have a choice. The same way how when you work at a job and you put up your contract that you sign up for and you come to work, they tell you when to show up to work, what time to show up to work, when you can take your break, when you can leave. You gotta let people know when you're gonna go take a piss.
Yeah.
You gotta let people know. You gotta let people know when you're leaving. You gotta let people know why you're still there past the fucking time of the clock. What are we doing? This is why I tell you guys the most important thing that you have is your time.
Yes.
Your value and your time.
And a paycheck does not mean that the person who's paying you owns your time. They'll have you believe that, but that's a trick. It's still your time. They're compensating you for the work that you're producing. They don't own you. They act like they own you, and they'll treat you like they own you. And if you fight them, they'll try to remind you that they own you, but that's not true.
What's the Denzel movie with the trading fence or whatever? He said, he doesn't pay me because he likes me. He pays me because he owes me.
Yeah. And he wouldn't even pay me if he could get away with it.
There you go. Because we had too many years, hundreds of thousands of years where no one got paid. Like, what are we doing here? The only reason why you can get legal indentured servitude is because of the Constitution. Because I can tell you, Saudi Arabia is still getting away with it. If you are not part of the EU, you're fucked. You're fucked. If you are not a nation under the EU, you could be fucked.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday.
Wait, say again?
I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday.
Saturday where?
Yeah, I just want to let you know, it's not like it's a regular work day. We started at 9 a.m. today. I still don't see you at your desk. Give me a call back.
Well, we're Monday through Friday, but I need you in for Saturday. Oh, you said Sunday you going to church, but you don't need to be at church all day, right? Oh, how about this? Can you come in after communion? Hey, you don't need to spend the entire time at church on Palm Sunday, right? The Sabbath, that's for pussies. Real hardworking men do not work on the Sabbath. Those are for pussies. Like, what are we doing here? You said watch Office Space, we'll get it. I never seen Office Space.
Oh, that's an amazing movie. It's one of the core pillars of my philosophy, of my life philosophy, comes from that movie.
Honestly, there are a lot of shows and movies that people ask me to watch, and I never seen. Like, I don't know what Office Space is. People ask me to watch Parks and Recreation. People ask me to watch The Office. Yes, I am not a fan of The Office. I really have not watched The Office. I've tried. It just really hasn't stuck with me.
Office Space, he's unhappy with his job and his life and his girlfriend. And he goes to a dude who gets people to quit smoking with hypnosis. And the dude wants him to practice and exercise and letting go. So he hypnotizes him to not give a fuck. But then he has a heart attack before he can bring him back to normal. And he dies right there. And so the dude stays hypnotized, just not giving a fuck.
Oh my
and so he just lives he lives the rest of his life exactly how he wants to, right? He hangs up on the shitty girlfriend. He flirts with the girl he actually likes. He tells his bosses to get fucked. At one point, he disassembles his office cubicle right in the middle of the office.
Okay, that does sound good. I kind of do want to see that now. He said down for whatever. Joe said down for whatever. But that does sound interesting. Someone who just doesn't care and just does what they want. That does kind of sound interesting. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you said the guy who created. You know what? That might make sense. The guy who created Beavis and Butthead, and of course, yeah, King on the Hill. Absolutely.
Mike Judge,
Yeah.
Idiocracy.
Say, I might have to take a look at it at some point. Yeah, I need to see it. I might have to go look at it.
That's another masterpiece. Is Idiocracy.
Yeah, it's called Office Space, right? Okay, I'm gonna take a look at it.
Office Space. Yeah.
Damn, the moment I typed it, it started coming up. All right, I'll have to try to take a look at that. Oh, that's cool. That's weird because I know I've seen at least like memes or clips of this, but I have never seen the movie.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like I've already seen some of the actors I do know already. All right. I'm gonna have to take a look at it. But yeah, shit, it is what it is. But outside of that, like I said, that my thing today was to get up, talk a bunch of stuff, and then I really wanted to get on this whole aspect of tipping because, like I said, I was dealing with some shit today, and I was going through it, and I literally saw an 18, 24, and 30% tip, and I was just like, I'm not sitting here, I'm not eating. No one's there's no table, there's no chairs for me to what. Why the fuck am I paying this? And it really made me think about honestly the conversation that came to my mind was a conversation that I had with a friend and then a coworker prior to that. And then I was thinking about a stream, honestly, where it's probably one of the last times I really had a panel. And I think I don't even know if I fully remember it, but I think I was having a conversation about tipping, and there were a couple people on panel. I'm not gonna say their name, but they were also talking about the aspect of tipping. And I was sitting there like, I'm okay with tipping, but I don't really like where it's going. And I wanted to kind of deep dive into it today because it kind of just sprung up those old memories. And I'm not really good. Let me ask you, are you okay with the aspect of how tipping is today?
No, I think it's a disgusting shift in the responsibility to pay employees onto the customer. It's a way to increase prices. Like they stack so much shit into prices that's already dishonest. This is even more dishonest. They don't do it in Europe, right? It's like almost uniquely a Western or American thing. And like I said before, it used to be where they could kind of trick you into being guilty because there was just the price and the tip. But now with services like DoorDash, they literally charge you more than the menu price, charge you extra for the membership for DoorDash, charge you a delivery fee, charge you a service fee on top of that. And then if you only get one thing because you're trying to save money, they charge you a small order fee. Yep. And if you get a bunch of shit because you're trying to save in bulk, they charge you a large order fee. Then they charge you taxes. And then there's a spot for the tip. And the employees... Yes. So now it's right in your face and it's objective. It's not an argument anymore. And just like it's intended, the delivery people are mad at you for not tipping instead of the multi-billion-dollar-a-year corporation that's literally stealing from both of us.
I agree. That it drives me like it should be from the company, from the people that from the company because they have a service. And honestly, the service shouldn't even really come from the customer. The service should really come from the companies that want to have that service cater to them. That's the way it really should be. So I shouldn't be paying like say Grubhub or Seamless or whatever for the company to go search in the company and they charge me extra. and then I have to pay the extra service because they are ordering online and then pay for the delivery or whatever. I shouldn't have to do that. I should be able to say, I'm going to download this app because I don't have to download this app. I can free up my fucking app with one less free app. I'm choosing. I shouldn't have to follow a subscription, by the way, so I can save 10%. It's fucking 10%. Unless I eat all the time. Some of y'all might, because this is a problem that we also have with Americans who don't know how to cook. So, unless I really need to subscribe to the subscription, like the idea that I need to pay extra now on top of the subscription to the business whose job is to provide that service is crazy. I should just have to pay for the subscription if it really comes down to that. I really don't like it. And then pay for the delivery fee. I shouldn't have to pay for anything else. Nothing.
Yeah, it's a racket. And businesses used to think like that too. They used to be like, we know you don't have to come to us. Thank you for being our customer. And that's the attitude businesses had. I'm telling you, people, for some of you young people, it may sound crazy, but I'm old enough to remember a time when it was like that. And the companies used to throw in free delivery all the time.
All the time.
They would try to make delivery services reasonable to encourage people to use their service rather than to try to gouge them at every opportunity. I swear to you, it sounds crazy, but this used to be America.
Or they would make it even better. Like, for instance, you just wanted to order a sandwich. I mean, we're not really we can deliver it. We have to pay the delivery driver for the driver fee. But if you pay, this is how it got started. If you pay over $25 or whatever, we'll throw in a delivery for free.
Throw in the delivery for free.
Right. So like you were good. But now it's like, you pay for delivery and you still got to pay over $25 and we're still going to charge you delivery fee. And we're going to charge you for being a part of the app, which by the way, the app was free.
The quality of both the delivery service and the product has also, and the customer service, if you want to complain, all three of those have also gone down. That's the other part you got to factor in.
There you go. Absolutely correct. And I'm just
used to be better ingredients, better food, faster, more polite, and more respectful delivery, larger delivery areas. And if you had a problem, you got someone friendly and helpful on the other end of the line who wasn't telling you to go fuck yourself.
I miss the days where you order from like a local pizza shop and the driver comes to your door like, yo, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, what's going on? Like, yo, how you been? I've been with, me and the dog and the kids or whatever. Yo, what's going on? Everything. Yo, like, yeah, I was wondering if you was on order. You order every week. I was wondering if I was going to see you. I was like, yeah, we're going to see how's everything going. Now, motherfuckers just, they call you either ahead of time or a little late. Or they drop your shit at the door. You could have fucking wasp and ants writing in your shit, and they call you, oh, by the way, I left it on your door. Yeah, come pick it up. What do you mean come pick it up? You get outside, your shit's on the fucking ground. Like, yo, what the fuck? And then on top of that, they want the tip.
Nah, I'm not even gonna lie. I had scorpions in my shit the other day. Scorpions in my Big Mac.
And they want a fucking tip. And I say, I got a tip for you. And the way how the companies do it, they want you to pay the tip ahead of time before the driver ever shows up. And you don't know what here's the sad part. Unless that driver comes from that company, you don't know what driver you're getting.
You don't even know if you're gonna get your food. Never mind if he's gonna do a good job. I'm tipping you for extra, and you ain't even done the thing yet.
You don't know if that person's even if you already gave the tip, like, yo, I'm giving you you're going on good faith. I'm giving you the tip ahead of time. I'm about to pay you 24%, 15%, 18% tip, and you could still get say you get your deluxe, right? And you get the burger, you get the drink, and you don't get no fucking fries because they ate it.
And now I tipped him too.
And when you argue, you can't argue with the driver because the driver can't do shit. You can't argue with the company. You got to argue with the app. See that bullshit?
Yeah, y'all who are tipping out there.
Business can't argue with the driver. You gotta argue with the motherfucking app.
If you're out there and you're still tipping, you're ruining it for everybody. And listen, I tip when I want to. I tip 100%. When I go out for a steak dinner and the waitress is fucking bomb, and none of my friends have to ask for shit because she's right there, and everybody's having a good time because nobody has to ask her to do anything every time somebody needs something. She's right there with it, and we're all having a better time because of it. I'm literally gonna take the entire bill and double it and give that shit just to her. If I go to get a haircut,
absolutely,
and she gives me a massage and washes my hair and fucking hooks me up tight and doesn't make any mistakes, and I don't gotta hear her complain about some shit, and she like smells nice and takes care of what she's doing in the right way, and the haircut's $60, I'm gonna throw another 60 right on that just for her. But giving fucking, Eduardo $7 for dropping off pizza at my house when the pizza's all stuck to the side of the box and it's cold and he forgot my drink and he leaves it on the ground
down and drove it to you.
He doesn't even leave it at the door. He leaves it at the ground, like around the fucking walkway and shit. Now and I gotta tip him before I even get the fucked up pizza. Come on now.
And here's my thing. Like, say if I get picked up, I can't even track that motherfucker down to whoop his ass because I don't know he don't work for you.
Yep. Yeah, you call the number and it's like, we're sorry, this number is no longer in service. Or the app says, this was a temporary number so that you can't complain to Eduardo. What can I do for you? Oh, really? Go fuck yourself.
I can't track Eduardo 4 blocks down at the red light and put hands on him. I can't do it because I can't get access to him. And the food might not even be for me. The food might be, say, for a wife or kids or my boss or whatever. I'm like, you just fucked it all up for me. You fucked it all up for me.
Now, Con Connery, he's talking about Instacart. I'm going to let you in on how, real criminals like me do it.
You said Instacart the same way like Fresh Direct? You mean people who don't know how to pick out, they just pick up the most almost rancid shit that's in the fucking, to give you in your car?
Dude, I've had people fucking give me parsley instead of cilantro. I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this shit? And everything else in the fucking meal is, I got tortillas, I got Oaxaca,
they gave me rustic potatoes. Yo, they gave me rustic potatoes. I asked for sweet potatoes. How the fuck you messed that up? How?
It's like, you can't see the theme here. This is Mexican. You can't give me some fucking parsley. Like, what the fuck am I going to do with parsley? But let me let you on a tip.
I agree, mama. It's still happening. I agree.
The Instacart game. In Instacart, you can put a big old fat tip on there so that you can get somebody to rush to take your order and give you good service and then take the tip off after they deliver. Oh, no.
See, that makes sense to me. See, if I was doing Instacart, honestly, I would have great reviews because I'm a person who shops and I cook and I weigh shit. So I'm in there. It may take you a little bit of time. When I say I look at your shit like, and I'm weighing it and I'm looking, I'm like, if I had these many heads, I want to carve this out. Not really. I'm feeling, I like picking out shit because I'm a shopper. So I'm going to give damn, he really got me some great shit. Because I cook. I know what it's like to be in the kitchen. I'm doing great shit.
And it depends how I'm doing too. Like if I got a lot of money rolling in and you do a good job, I'm gonna toss a little extra your way because I know how it is. But I'm already paying for the food. I'm already paying for the service. I'm already paying for the delivery. I'm already paying a fee, and I'm already paying some taxes. You're not entitled to it, motherfucker. It's if I choose. I am pure evil. Sorry.
Honestly, cause I've seen them not give a shit. Don't give me some shit almost moldy. That's literally like if I ask you to get me something, that's like you go to the front of the fuck. Great example. Don't go to the front of the fucking of the store and you open the fucking door and you give me the first milk that's out there. No, I need you to do me. I need you to reach to the back and get me the milk from the back. Do not give me the milk sitting in the fucking front.
And don't get my ice cream first.
3 days.
And don't get my ice cream and my beef first, and then get my bread last.
Yeah, the milk.
Like, what is wrong with you?
Done. Yo, that's
wrong with you.
That's a fact. Don't do that. What you doing?
And this ain't rocket science. If the companies wanted to encourage this shit, that's exactly what they would do. They would create a tier so that when you highly review people and you get specific about it, and not just pressing some stars, but you got to say why they did a good job, those people would get more money per delivery. Right. They would get first dibs on the delivery they want. And then the tier system would be adjusted accordingly so that the people who suck are at the bottom and get paid the least. There's your tip. Literally making more money for doing a good job from your employer.
Now, honestly, I'll be honest with you. I don't even trust people for getting me canned goods. I'll be like, yo, I need these beans. Get me these. I'm getting dry beans. Give me these, because you not gonna fuck up dry beans. Like fruit, produce. Like, oh, they're gonna fuck it up. Oh, I asked them to get vegetables. Fuck, they're gonna give me the most beat up fucking onion I've ever seen in my life. I know it. I fucking know it. They're gonna give me some veteran fucking onion. It's gonna go through. It's gonna have PTSD written all over it. Like, I know it. I know it. It's to the point like I don't order perishables. I just go get it myself. But things like canned or things I need immediately, like I'm like, if you give me garlic's okay. Garlic lasts for a little while. But I'm not gonna put eggs in your care. I'm not doing that. Fuck out of my face. Like, that's not happening. Yeah, so I've been very careful. For the most part, I'm like, yeah, unless I'm desperate, I need it in that moment. I'm like, I'm gonna just wait. I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna take care of it, and we just can move from there. But honestly, this was a good day for having an awkward kind of conversation. Wanted to make sure that we had it, but we kind of went all over the place. But I liked it. It was really good conversations all across the board. Tennyson, this is really good. I really do appreciate it. Of course, Blind was in here as well. Due Diligence was in here as well. Hopefully we can have more good conversation like this as well. And hopefully I'll actually have something a little bit more awkward for the future. So was it that awkward? It was. The reason why it's an awkward conversation is just because we need to tackle things that people know that they have issues with for this particular segment of awkward conversations. Things that people know that they deal with on a regular basis, but then we kind of get a mix of opinion on it. Like I said, the whole tipping thing was a very mixed conversation because there are a lot of people that want to defend tipping and a lot of people who are just totally against it. And I've had my instances on both of them. So I thought that was a pretty good conversation. I do have other awkward conversations that I do want to have in the future. I'm just trying to figure out how do I want to bring them forth because I haven't thought about how I want to have those conversations just yet. But I do know I have a couple of funny ones that I just had with a couple of guys ago last week. And I've been thinking about how I want to bring it forth in the future. Outside of that, yo, Dennison, I appreciate you for being here, man. I think I'm ready to call it a wrap. We've been already over here for over 3 hours.
Oh, it's a pleasure. Good conversation. Shout out to Due Diligence. Shout out to Blind. And shout out to the chat.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming by, man. Hopefully you're in for the next one.
Peace.
All right, man. Yeah, so I think it's going to be it for our stream. I thought it was a pretty good one for today. I'm trying to get a little bit acclimated. I don't know what the hell happened with the whole drop off of the stream shit. I don't even know what to look for to make sure that happened. Because everything on my side looked good. So I don't know what that drop, and it happened twice actually. So I'm gonna try to figure out what happened with the dropout twice. I was really, really weird. Really weird. So I'm going to have to try to figure out a little bit of what was going on in my network. If it was my network, or maybe, who knows? For all I know, YouTube just didn't like your boy. It could have been that as well. I'm not gonna try to get. I'm gonna try to give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt and just say it was on my side, even though I didn't see. I keep looking over here. I keep looking at my stuff, but I didn't see it. Outside of that, I think it was a pretty good stream. And by the way, this is my first one about awkward conversations, so I might retitle the stream "Awkward Conversations" or whatever, and just put up what it was about tipping, and then we kind of just dive into other things. But or I may just actually just do a whole video just based on this, and we'll just let this one rock as to we were all having this conversation about whatever. But I think this is something I want to get into if I can figure out more different awkward conversations that come up as well. And if you guys as well have any kind of awkward conversations that everyday people are going through, but you notice that people don't really talk about, but it's things that everybody goes through, feel free to let me know as well. In the description, it's our IamResla. It's in the description. Just feel free to write an email there to let me know what the awkward conversation that you think it might be touched on. If it's really good, we'll get into that for the future. And if not, we'll see. Outside of that, take care of yourselves, guys. I appreciate you guys for being in the stream. I gotta get used to all of this thing again. But until then, you take care of yourselves. I will see you in the next one. And take care of yourselves. And yeah. Bye-bye. Bye.